is it apparent or is it physical? You can't answer that. So, like, you put your
I don't
faith
need
in
to.
You don't know.
I can answer it. I
You
choose not
don't
to.
know. The problem is you don't know.
I do know, but
it's all right to say I don't know.
The southern stars.
So you
and the
can't.
south
You
as
can't
to why
accept the fact that it's okay to say you don't know.
they can
As
only
much
be.
as I can. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, then shut up.
I don't know what's
Stop
so hard.
talking because you don't know anything. You're useless. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I know a lot more than you.
No, you don't. No, you are.
I wouldn't post a weak video saying, "Look, here's the convergence of the stars." With my
I can't explain the southern stars, so I'm going to talk about anything but them.
Oh, mate, you're kind of crazy, but
Don't explain two celestial poles. Go for it. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As much as you.
I can explain it.
You don't even know whether it's physical or apparent.
I don't
How
need to know. I'm talking about the movement.
How do you
I don't need to.
You don't know. You don't know.
Talking about the movement, they're ghost farts. They're frozen ghost farts in the sky.
Oh, man.
Why don't the frozen ghost farts?
This is why I can't speak to people like you.
Why?
Because,
doing it then.
You're a bit crazy. Oh, ghost farts. What are you fucking talking about?
Dude,
because I don't need to know what they are. But you don't get geometry.
You don't need to know what you are because you put your faith in something that you don't even understand yourself.
Because you're not going on.
That's why you don't need to know. That's why you don't need to know. Because if you needed to know, maybe you would start to question what you apparently do know.
You don't have another option. You can't come up with anything that explains the geometric movement of them, except magic.
Look, there's your argument in itself. The geometric movement.
Yeah.
What? You've got a non-geometrical shape, and now you're talking about geometrical movement.
Yeah, the celestial pole.
Yeah, exactly. Is the sky moving? Is the sky moving or we moving? You don't even know.
Well, we know that we're moving.
You can't discern that
under a dome. You can't have it on a flat Earth under a dome, where the south is not bigger than the north.
God, what are you on about? I think you need to go back to
conversation at all. This is really ugly, Slitsy, like your good self. Can you advance the conversation instead of just ad homing? It's really ugly.
Yeah, like your fucking face.
Oh, gee, that was clever. Did you think of that one all by yourself? So there you go.
No.
You can't actually come up with a
little person, can you stop?
There you go, more ad hoc.
The thing
is, there a 24-hour sun? Trouble asked you how there is a 24-hour sun. How can that occur on a non-spherical
little person, can you stop talking to me?
And yet you still sit there by interrupting other people because you know you don't have the correct answer. The reason you don't have the correct answer is because you're not very bright.
I'm just going to have to call you a retard. Because I just asked you not to talk to me, don't engage,
I believe that's
and you just
infringing
carry
on certain
on.
rules. Yeah, because you're not offering anything up. You've just come in and derailed the conversation for no apparent reason. See, that's not a physical
conversation. I asked you what you're talking about. Did I not ask you what you're talking about?
And then tip the table over.
Tip the table over? What were you on about?
Did. Because you are just a little cunt. That's all you are, and it's all you ever will be, because you're practicing it right now. Try to not be such a cunt. Maybe you can try it. Nah, impossible. Because you are an immigrant. You're an immigrant, mate, and you hate the fact that Spanish hate you.
Tom, you're a little
an English immigrant in Spain. What the fuck? You live in Spain.
Don't add Tom, you're a little cunt.
Well, you are. You're just a little cunt. You came in here and derailed the convo. Because you got nothing better to do with your miserable little fucking life.
Do you know what?
A whiny little bitch.
You know that you're about 3 foot high. You got most probably fucking 2 teeth like a fucking walrus.
And yet he can figure more about Earth than you can. Interesting.
And he can say teeth properly.
Crazy.
Without it being teeth.
I can say teeth. That's a good point. I can say teeth.
Actually, using the F sound at the end of the word teeth kind of indicates that he doesn't have teeth himself if he can't do the TH sound.
Oh, don't know about that, Governor. Don't know about that, no, Governor. Because I've got really, really good accents because I sound really, really, really smart. SMRT I am. I'm Slitzy, the smart person. Yep. I'm really, really clever. Clever.
I don't know.
And by the way, that telescope is doing something called image stacking. It's basically the digital equivalent of long exposure. So
Yeah, but he doesn't understand that, so he's the guy.
Isn't it a hybrid? Isn't it long exposure but slow exposure video? Like, because it records it too, like a VCR. So it's recording lots of pictures. Yeah. Is that what happens?
yeah, and there's because there's so many images, you can denoise it so that there won't be as many artifacts.
I love the way you get that exposure around the single point star and all the others are curved, showing you, like the big circles, showing you that there's something revolving. I love that. It's such a good image.
Yeah, your friends.
But even for his example telescope, if you're doing a 10-second observation, it will average the 10 frames. So you are seeing what you're seeing, but you're seeing it better because it's just not taking one snapshot of like, say, the moon. It's getting additional detail. So it's because of that average, it has less lossiness. So it actually it helps give you a better idea of what reality is, instead of saying, oh, it's image stacking and not showing you reality. Actually, it's giving you a better picture by averaging those pixels out over time. It's usually about an overlap of about 10 frames. Or 11 if you're platzoid. 11 frames. Yeah, I'll call it 11.
Oh, no. He lost 13 frames, didn't he? Lost 13 frames of the splash behind the curve. Not showing it might be a curve if you don't have this. If you have the splash immediately, not fabricating evidence at all there. Who was the Aussie guy who went to the final experiment? I can't remember his name. Oh, there we go. Slitzy's doing his little fucking. He's doing the hissy bitch, leave the mic open, bang shit around, just to be a little cunt that he is. What are you, Slitzy? Can't find the mute button. Too fucking dumb for that.
Yeah, that was critical think. He was doing the test mass with the scales as well as some other things. Yeah. I think he and Where's Wally were doing the sundials. One was at an angle to align up with the 79 or and a half degree latitude of Union Glacier. So they did a sundial test, and they did the weights test, and the other people like Toon and that did the they predicted what the sundial would do, so he made that sundial in the snow with the say 5.5 foot stick, and McKeegan did his solar photography with the high quality solar filter, and throughout the thing said, like, if you've got a solar filter on your camera and you're in the day right now, take a photo so we can see your solar filter picture compared to mine, and everything matched. The only thing that was different was the rotation, the orientation. So it wasn't a reflection, but because of the Earth's curve, the sunspots taken at a different latitude would be at a different rotation. So that was interesting to look up. Good video by it.
Is that a different shadow link?
No. The sunspots themselves, like when you put the tinted lens, for lack of a better word, over the camera, on that day there was a particular arrangement of sunspots, and so when you photograph that arrangement at the northern hemisphere, then to the equator, then to the south, there's this rotation because you're going round the curve of the Earth. But if it was on like a flat planet, you'd be going away in the distance and the orientation wouldn't change. Or if it was off the dome, it would be a mirror image. and it was neither of those two options. It was the rotation due to your latitude.
Oh, that's awesome work. That's brilliant work. That's
Mm.
irrefutable almost, isn't it?
Yeah. It's because like there's a specific request of people like, I'm going to be gathering evidence on my location. If you've got solar filter on your camera, gather evidence too. And about like 30 to 80 people emailed him like pictures of like they'd say, hi, I'm from Buenos Aires. Here's my photo of my son at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something. And
Right.
he just
Yeah. And if
he
you put the
compared
photo
that
of
to
the sun up, you could look at the solar at the sunspot and then tell them what latitude they're at, couldn't you?
hypothetically, yes.
Yeah. Which means that you don't even need to tell him what latitude you're at to test the authenticity of his claim, because he would be able to calculate it compared to the knowledge he's got. His photo to yours, the difference would be the difference in latitude. So you're at 23, I'm at 33. You'd be able to say, oh, well, it's 10 degrees off mine. So you're 10 degrees above or below me. You would know which one. Cool. That's really good fucking stuff. I like Critical Think. He's a clever dude, man.
Yeah, and that solar photography was McKeegan's idea to get like pretty much anyone who watched the video to like submit through email to him their solar pictures of pretty much that day. So if you're at Perth or something around midday when they were looking south from Union Glacier, how poetic is that someone could photograph underneath the tropics the same sun with the same sunspots that McKeegan saw south at Union Glacier.
And then when he compared the ones in Perth to the ones in Buenos Aires, he could tell you what latitude each one's at and then look at the degrees between each one and tell you how far apart from each other they are longitudinally. So you could do both coordinates only on a oblate spherical Earth. Beautiful fucking math there. I love it. Math the shit out of it.
Yeah, and you could have a control for that for like maybe somebody's in Ecuador or Indonesia or some of these many locations on the equator, and they just go, here's my rotation at the middle, and you can compare whether it goes left or rotates right, depending it's north or south. Yeah, so you'd have like a something to calibrate it to.
Because there is a problem if you take a photograph from Australia, South America, and South Africa together. You can't get a location where all three are in the sun. One is is in the sun. You can't get all three in the dark. Therefore, unless you're down below the Antarctic Circle. So you can't actually get all three simultaneously without one being obliterated by sunlight, which again is a spherical Earth. But that's what they jump onto, the fact you can't get all three. I'll
put the animated GIF of I don't know who did it, but he must be a friend of Walter Bislin or something. But this great animation of like the sun angles. Putting that, loading up that image now. But that is what the sun would have to do if the like azimuthal equidistant flat Earth were true. But you'd have to think, if there was any other kind of flat Earth, the sun would be doing even weirder stuff. So it's loaded now, 44 past the hour. And the animation starts giving sun angles from particular locations on Earth, on the land, of what direction they'd have to see the sun, and then it animates the directions. So the shadow is the clear part and the opaque is where the sun is shining. And then the animation folds over the map into the globe, and then you can see all the directions of sunlight, including Antarctica. You'll notice that it's always exposed to sunlight, and that has full explanatory power for the 24-hour sun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can load in Google Earth and go exploring and look around. In fact, that's probably an easier way to do it.
But that's just
You
a
can be
really
anywhere.
cool. That's a really kind of cool animation. Like, you've got one type of flat Earth, and you've got the sun rays going every which way but loose, and then the projection unwraps itself like an orange peel that was unpeeled. It conforms back to the orange, and it just makes so much more sense. So I like that last bit of the animation. Yeah.
Where is it? I can't find it. What text channel did you put it in?
Omnipresence chat.
Okay. Omnipresence text chat. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't been able to find shit lately. Okay.
I think Slitzy and Oblate are the same. We have some similarities. He did give me half of my username. Because he thought I couldn't hold an anvil by a rope in one hand to demonstrate depth below the ocean versus altitude above the sea.
Well, he probably gets his anvil awareness from Bugs Bunny cartoons too. So, and we all know from if Bugs Bunny's taught us one thing, the laws of physics don't actually work until you realise. Notice how the coyote flies out, and then when he looks at the camera and then looks down, goes, "Oh no!" Then he falls. So, yeah, there you go.
Duck season, rabbit season, rabbit season, duck season.
I'll tell you what, Bugs Bunny frocked up pretty well, didn't he? He always looked pretty good with the makeup and the dress on.
You sound like Garth from Wayne's World. It's like, do you ever find like Bugs Bunny as Girl Bunny kind of attractive?
I know, that's how I was literally thinking of that just when I said it. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Oh, no. You found
Elmer
the secret
Fudd.
source of material.
I did like Elmer Fudd when they were doing that sort of big opera, and like they were like firing a gun, then firing a bigger gun, then a cannon, then a bigger cannon, and then Bugs Bunny rips out the bouquet of flowers, and they go off and get married.
Yep, that was the barber shop of Seville, I think.
Yeah.
Or the barber of yeah, they were awesome. In fact, my favourite, probably all-time cartoon is the Three Little Bops. You have the Three Little Pigs as swing musicians. You know the one?
No, I'd have to look it back up. But
you would. There's no way you could have seen any Bugs Bunny cartoons without seeing. One of them says, "I wish my brother George was here," as a Liberace plagiarized, but it's the Three Little Bops. They had some fun. One played sticks and the other da-da-da. And the whole thing is a swing shuffle musicianship, which is so hard to do to animation. And the Big Bad Wolf basically comes and blows up all their clubs they play in.
nah, I mainly, I think one of my favorites was that Barbershop of Seville, because Bugs Bunny starts off in the barbershop and he starts massaging his bald head, and then they go into this battle and look at my magic helmet, shield and magic helmet. It's like, and then he's like crying that he lost his poor little body. It's such a
that massaging his head, that dun 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 dun, that is just brilliantly done as animation. Just the way he's massaging in perfect timing with the music. That's why I love those cartoons. They were so well done. In fact, they were originally designed because they used to do the opener to the Saturday matinees, and they were trying to basically get more people talking about them than the actual movies. And I reckon in a lot of cases they did it.
For a lot of people, it sort of reinvigorated the interest in classical music, because I don't see a lot of it these days where not many people talk about Brahms or Mozart or Tchaikovsky, but because you heard it from Bugs and alike, you go, that's actually kind of cool. Let's
Yeah.
hear these pieces.
You do hear the old classics in certain ads because I don't have to pay as much for the rights. So you
That's
might
right.
hear Brahms or Tchaikovsky or whatever in it's a big ad. This is a big ad. You know that beer ad they did? Because beer ads you're not allowed to show people drinking beer. So you've got to be creative in order to get people interested in your product. But yeah, there's a lot of classical tunes you don't know they're classics. A lot of covers you don't know are covers.
With that big beer ad, I did like the loophole of like you get a crowd full of people, and one crowd is a human body, and the other crowd is the glass lifting up to the mouth. And I went,
Yeah.
they're not showing drinking; they're showing a crowd
Yeah.
of people in the shape of somebody drinking.
Correct. Yeah. So very clever. And just the song, it's a big ad. Oh, this ad is very big. Like they weren't even saying it's a beer ad, but you can read between the lines.
Yeah.
Also, though, Beatles songs still make a fortune on ads. You know what I mean? People will use an ad jingle written on Let It Be or some Beatles song. So whoever thought to sell the rights to the Beatles music, Yoko Ono, to Michael Jackson, that was a dumb thing to do. But they wouldn't have known back then. They'd have thought, oh, it'll run out eventually.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Like with copyright, like apparently Steamboat Willie's like public domain now.
Yes. Only just became public domain, and they'll only come chasing after you if you made money, because they can't sue you if you didn't make any money out of it. But YouTube copyright's in the Wild West right now. It's just bullshit. What's his name?
Do it for fair use, and you might be able to get away with it.
No, but fair use is really only a small quote, and you've got to actually credit them at the end. What's his name? Bitch Lasagna Boy. The one. Shit. Famous YouTuber.
Coffeezilla? I don't know.
No, Bitch Lasagna. He does the song Bitch Lasagna. PewDiePie.
Yeah.
Well, PewDiePie has said to everyone, anyone in the world can use Bitch Lasagna. Go forth and multiply. You use it and you get an Indian company actually putting a copyright strike on your stream midstream. Although he has clearly said, and what happens, it takes your stream down. So that company are just trying to be fucking extortionists because they're not allowed to do it. But by the time you contest it, your stream's been taken down. It's 3 days later. So they're just pricks. We actually put up Dino brand fuel, which went bankrupt in the 50s, and the ad was made in the 50s. And we thought, there's no way anyone will own this. As soon as we ran it, we got a copyright strike. You fucking... And it was a Hindu or a fucking... it was an Indian company that did it. So they just got all these names on their list. They just fucking challenge you and hope you'll give them 20 cents or something. I don't know. Either way, we did find them and we did fix them. Well, I passed their details on to a certain group of people who like to deal with those idiots. So they're no longer doing what they do. But when you chop one off, it's whack-a-mole. Another one comes up.
But yeah,
YouTube
I'm wondering what kind of songs will have survived from, say, the 70s for 500 years. Like, we might get the music sheet for Brahms now, and you'll get a concert. I wonder if a concert in 500 years will do Gangnam Style or something, you know? It's just funny to think about. You know, once it's all public domain, what people in music history go to. Because there's some pretty obscure classical people. Some got famous for various reasons. One I can think of is the violinist Paganini, because I've been watching Two Set Violin. And they thought he was like the devil with a violin. And
Well, if ChatGPT keeps on going, you heard of the mushroom glue on your mushrooms on your pizza? ChatGPT. Someone was asking ChatGPT, or one of them, how to stick mushrooms, little cardboard cutout ones, onto a wardrobe, and they suggested glue, which another ChatGPT read, and they thought, and someone the question was, how do you make mushrooms stick onto a pizza? So this ChatGPT said you can glue your mushrooms onto your pizza, which another ChatGPT got, and thus created this whole thing of gluing mushrooms onto a pizza through ChatGPT. And that in itself demonstrates what is wrong with AI, because it will not realise that that was a joke. So can GPT write a joke? And my guess is, well, people can't even write jokes. So, yeah, yeah, you need to be kind of clever. You know, like, how do you robotise Benny Hill's genius or Billy Connolly's genius? They are a genius for a reason.
Probably in a music related to comedy, I did like what Bill Bailey did when he got a whole bunch of bike horns and had them all in tune so he could play like various songs. And he did like a comedy routine, and he is like doing a couple of classical pieces. Then he did like Metallica Sandman, and then he did a whole like Gary Newman Cars cover in German. Yeah, very clever musician, but also funny.
So what the AI bot would think of that? And the answer is none, because they don't have a reference point in history of the internet. So what it'll do is probably invert on itself. There was a bird called the Uslan bird that flew in ever-decreasing circles until one day it flew up its own arsehole and was never seen again. I detect ChatGPT as being an Uslan bird. It's going to fly up its arse and disappear.
I'm kind of wondering, like, it's probably happening. Someone in Flat Earth has got enough know-how to, like, ask ChatGPT, program me an AI, and they'll get a large language model, and they'll just train it on all the bad Flat Earth arguments. And then we'll have basically the AI war of, like, this battle between Flat Earth and Globe won't be between humans. It'll be between two large language models. And
and there'll be a nuclear war. They'll actually have a nuclear exchange because they both think the other one's human.
Yeah. But the thing is, only one of those AIs will actually hit the target.
Are you familiar with Red Dwarf?
Somewhat familiar, yes.
Right, well, if you read the books, you know how the cat came into existence? That in the hull of the Red Dwarf, because Lister smuggled on a cat in order to be put into stasis to avoid his, indentured fucking labour or whatever. Yeah, he was trying to get out of the Space Corps by just sleeping through it. And Hercules, the cat, was pregnant. He released it into the hull of Red Dwarf, who had kids, and they actually discovered all these things. And then Red Dwarf killed everyone by that accident of Rimmer and that nuclear blast. And the cats had a religious war in the hull of Red Dwarf, and they went off in search of their god, whose name was Cloyster or Clister. That was what the argument was over. And they had all these religious wars, and they both went searching for him. Unbeknownst that Clister or Lister was actually up in Red Dwarf all the time. And it basically was all of human religious history in the hull of Red Dwarf while Lister was in stasis for 3 million years.
Yeah, from the TV show, I only knew that our cat was an evolved great son of, like, Lister's stowaway cat.
Well, what happened is the cats were about to have a religious war over famine because all of the supplies were gone, and whoever knew how to push the replicator had died. And then there were all these silver icons that no one knew. They just knew they were godly. And then one person found the V-shaped ingot and applied the V-shaped ingot, i.e. can opener, to the corner of the silver ingot, which was a can of fucking food. They rotated it and broke it open, and thus they could eat toasty toppers. God had spoken. So they found the food supply, but thought it was a message from God. But Red Dwarf in the books is so good. It's so slapstick. It's when they adapted it for television, you lose a bit in TV adaptation all the time.
Although, like, I did like who they chose as some of the characters. Like, whoever played that guy hologram with the H on his head, he was such a prat. And Lister, like, the way that guy was just playing off Cat and the other guy, and the robot especially. I think those four had a really cool dynamic, almost as good as Top Gear. I don't think they could have chosen any better four people to do those roles. They just really played off each other well. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the guy who did Crichton was Robert Llewellyn, and I watched Scrap Heap Challenge, of which he was one of the hosts, and I'm thinking, I know this guy's voice and his mannerisms. Why don't I know his face? And then years later, I've looked on Red Dwarf and saw Robert Llewellyn. He was Crichton, of course. Now it all fits together. Yeah, they were brilliant. All those actors were so good. Rimmer, Chris Barr, I actually hated him. When you hate someone like that shows how good an actor they are.
Oh yeah. He played the "you will hate me" role very well because I think even the hologram computer was like, "Oh, this guy's a complete twat."
But the reason Holly had made Rimmer the one hologram, because Red Dwarf only had enough power to run one hologram, was because Holly knew that Lister hated Rimmer the most because they were roommates before the nuclear blast. That the one he hated was the best one to make as a hologram for the yin and yang of the posterity, I guess. Because anyone he liked would eventually get to like, and the balance would be out. So that's why Holly made Rimmer the hologram. And Holly had an IQ of 5,000, so everything Holly thinks is correct. Oh.
I had a friend who was really much more into it to me, and he had a bit of a childhood crush on Kachansky. So yeah.
I've seen you mean the one in the series, Chloe Annette, I think it is.
Can't remember.
I've seen her in a couple of other English fucking sitcoms or whatever, and yeah, not much chop. She's like a bit of a fucking entitled little, I don't know, whiny bitch. Maybe she's that good an actor. She was like other stars in Murder, She Wrote, or whatever those English ones were. I did
watch a bit too much Agatha Christie. The parents loved her a lot. Yeah. But yeah, that old bird who was playing Agatha Christie is just like, fairly good actor, but I could only watch so many murder plot mysteries before I go like, they're going to figure it out eventually. It's just a matter of like how and when and who.
Well, I think the guy who played Pierrot is the same guy who was the French waitress guy in Hello, Hello, which was a real slapstick, stupid sitcom, but it was kind of funny. It was like Are You Being Served? But that actor as Pierrot is like a police, detective solving it, just didn't do it. But as a dickhead in the sitcom, he was really good.
Right, yeah, the sensible Poirot versus like who the Pink Panther actor who couldn't solve a crime to save his life.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, that movie.
I think they based the sort of mustache and stuff off that kind of detective thing. it seemed to be a
Oh,
very
maybe they did.
European version of Sherlock, only instead of get smart, it was get dumb.
It's kind of hard to make someone stupid and appealing, though. In fact, Americans seem to be really good at that. Like Maximal Smart was awesome. Jaime the Robot was probably the original Terminator, if you think about it. Who else? Homer Simpson? Like, Yanks are really good at making real dumb fucks who are appealing. Oh my God. I just discovered that.
That's a good caveat. Somewhat appealing, but ultimately a little bit dense. But for some people, it's like relatable because you might know someone like that who, at their heart, has good intentions, but goes about it the wrong way. But other people, and we won't say their name.
No, of course not.
Surround themselves with the evidence all the time, but they're not quite putting the pieces together. Like I said earlier, there's what seemed to be like a PhD guy, and I was talking about like people have these telescopes that can film the sun and watch the sunspot begin to form, and they think, oh, it looks like it's falling into darkness. Maybe the sun's hollow. And I go, like, how did you draw that conclusion? You know, you literally got some of the best equipment that most people can buy for an amateur with an awesome filter on it, and you're watching a sunspot film thinking, oh, maybe it's a space laser. No, you're literally watching it dead.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. But some people just want something that's easy and appealing. And that's what makes it tricky, because you've got more information now at your fingertips. I mean, fuck it, you got the knowledge of the universe at your fingertips. You can look anything up. But the fact that it's there means people are more inclined to not look it up because someone else says they did. Like Jin CBL1. Oh, yeah, well, this guy worked for NASA and he was an extreme credibility. Norman B. Smith, born 1827, and all this shit, and tells you all these facts about him. And therefore, because he worked for NASA, he said it was a hoax. That's the end bit. He makes all this other stuff up to make it sound like he's so knowledgeable, he's learnt so much about this guy, he must really exist. But then when you look up Jin's evidence, it debunks what he said. That's why you always make a point when Jin posts something and say, what's it say, Jin? And he denies it. He won't tell you what it says or where the relevant point is.
It's memorizing the conspiracy, not necessarily the fact that, you know, let's say this person was from NASA. Well, he would have a good amount of idea of like a whole bunch of issues. And then
here's the thing. Have you heard Jin going about the Type 97 torpedo or whatever it was? Because they drop it in they shoot it, and it can shoot for 37 kilometres, which is a fucking long way. Like, that's 20 miles. However, if it can do 60 miles an hour, it means by the time you shoot it, it's going to take 20 minutes to get to your target 20 miles away. Does this not present a problem? We've got a torpedo that's shooting at a ship that's probably 200 metres long, 20 miles, we'll say 340 feet long, 20 miles away. That's over 50,000 yards, 50,000 feet. It's 100,000 feet away, but it's 340 feet long. What's the chances of you hitting that if it's got a range? And it does have a range of 20 miles. You just don't need that much for a torpedo. But Jin says because they can go so far, they have to travel in a straight line, so they must end up in the air. That's what he's saying.
Hang on, a submarine torpedo that normally travels through water, through currents, through the water, does it have like active steering or like
it does.
Anything like
it actually has pressure sensitive little ailerons either side of it to keep it the exact required distance to not go under the ship, because if you're travelling for whatever length of time, the most embarrassing thing to be would be a direct hit underneath. because then you've missed it. That's a direct miss. That's the worst possible thing. You had it right. It was too shallow. It was too deep. So, yeah, what there's a pressure-sensitive diaphragm that as it pushes down, it pushes the little flaps up. So you're always at a constant fucking pressure at a constant level on the sea. Now, we showed Jim this in all the stuff. We researched the torpedo and showed it all to him, and he still uses it to this day, despite us showing that there are. And why aren't there torpedoes just sitting up in the air out in the Solomon Islands or out in the Pacific Ocean? Why has a plane not crashed into a floating torpedo that's out of range, just floating because the Earth was flat? And even if the Earth's flat, like, oh, yeah. So on a globe Earth, the torpedoes must be up in the air. That's what Jim thinks.
How could it, for me, if a torpedo went the chord length instead of the arc length, it would be swimming under the sea and then coming up at like a shallow angle into the thing. So if anything, it would be going at an angle under the water hump, and then back up towards the surface for those aquatic torpedoes.
Yeah, but if you be in a swimming pool with a mask on and you dive down to about 8 or 10 feet, you can feel the mask pushing against your face. So 10 to 12 feet or whatever, 20 feet, you know the pressure differentiation a little bit either way it's quite measurable. So the diaphragm measured it, and the little flips little
and that's where like my username came from for Slitsy, because I was explaining like keeping the same depth due to pressure, and I could literally like hold my fist in a canoe while holding a metal object, and I said anvil because I know they come in all different shapes and sizes, and so I could just like a plane keeps altitude above the water, I can keep something at depth below the water because the pressure would be roughly the same. And same with a diver. You go down 60 feet, you'll feel like 2 or 3 atmospheres worth of pressure on your own body.
That's a pretty dangerous area. Well, how's this? Those aircraft carriers, they're so accurate nowadays. I think they vary, unless it's really high sea. They vary something like 500 mil in up to 30 knots. They turn windward so the planes can come in. Planes can take off against the wind, but the deck only ever varies nowadays by half a metre. That's like 2 feet up or down. So they're pretty easy to land on nowadays because of the gyroscopes and all the ailerons that are so accurate and so course corrections within a split second. But they come in and argue these piss-weak fucking things. You can't do that. Actually, dude, you fucking can, because aircraft carriers do it.
Oh, so they're making the aircraft carrier surface more stable by either using ailerons in the water in addition to their fancy gyroscopes. That's cool.
Well, gyroscopes are connected to the ailerons. So if the ocean goes to push it up a little bit, say another foot higher, because waves will do that, despite the thing weighing millions of tons, if the waves go to push it up 3 feet, the ailerons have instantly reacted at 6 inches and curved it back down. But I think, look, you can look this up, but I think the deck variations in most normal conditions, barring extreme conditions, is 500 millimetres. So that's less than 2 feet.
That's pretty good for like some of those planes with a hook on the back of them just getting a landing. That's much better than what it would have been. It would have been terrifying before that.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I mean, maybe they had some stabilizers of some variety, but the improvements would have just made it so much, a bit more predictable for the pilots.
Landing a plane on a deck would have been fucking scary as fuck.
Oh, yeah. And no wonder they had like 3 tripwires and then like the safety net at the back. It's like, well, you try again for another round. Like, you got to go slow down to a point where if it succeeds, you'll get caught in your safety belt, or if you don't, you've still got enough speed that you'll go off the back end and pull up again.
Well, before, the aircraft carriers actually had 1 or 2 planes on a ship with floats on it. so they could drop it into the water. It would then take off on its floats, land on its floats, and the ship would come and pick it up with a crane. So a lot
And
slower, but that was pre-aircraft
right.
carrier.
Pre-aircraft carrier, they even had a couple of like propeller planes just attached to like a literal slingshot, and they only had to get them up to like 60 miles an hour or something. So they just pushed them off, and being a propeller plane, they could just get ejected out. It's aircraft carriers over time have just been another branch of technological advancement for humanity. Pity it's just for war, but
yeah. Unfortunately, war developments speed up development so quickly that it does benefit all of us. We just had FE Alaskan Malamute. So a flat earther came in and got scared and ran away, I think. I don't know. Have you ever heard of him? FE Alaskan Malamute?
I wasn't paying
Never
attention.
seen him before.
My phone's just gone onto screensaver mode, so I'm just going off what I can hear.
No, I just heard him bob in. It popped up right in my face. It was there. Oh, okay, here's a newie. Let's see what he's got to say, and he disappeared quick.
Well,
Shame when they run away, isn't it?
When people are talking about gyroscopic action on an aircraft carrier, maybe it sounds like we're not fresh to the subject and aren't as vulnerable to coercion, so to speak.
There's one over in the other ones. What's his name? ISA? ISA? Oh, dude. Yeah. Have you crossed paths with him? Does he take stupidity to a whole new level?
I listen in occasionally. Like, I'm not online for copious amounts of hours, and I like using the word copious amount around flat earthers because it's got that cope sound. But yeah, like it is interesting listening to other people talk about what they think's happening. Like some of them just go by their real name. Like Andrew allegedly is his real name, and he's into electronics and stuff like that. The dude seems smart enough to figure out like what the shape of the Earth is, but somehow just hasn't connected the dots. Because conspiracy is exciting to him, I guess. And like,
yes, I know the one you're speaking of.
Like former military electrician.
Yeah, but he came into Triple M, and what's his name? Polish Chris was doing a trivia, and I was having jump in and jump out problems with my internet, and he joined in, and he was actually really good at the trivia, like how many, which planet's got the most moons and things like that. He's actually pretty fucking smart. This guy Andrew, I know you're the one you're talking about, and you instantly in trivia, mate. You'd want him on your team. You know what I mean? Like, if we're going to do trivia, two against two, I'd easily say, yeah, we'll have you, because there's a chance you will know most of those things, unless those really cruel trivia questions that are deliberately there to make you fail. He's really good. But then you mention 9/11, and whoa, out comes the fucking, what do you call it, the checkered cap and the little propeller on top. It's really weird. They've got certain niches where they just turn totally irrational in their thought process.
Yeah,
like I
figure like I'd like to like take some things for granted, but also think like, like if you're high in the government, you're probably trying to organize something. I don't know if it's malicious or not, but like I wonder like what kind of conspiracies might have some legitimacy to them. Like everyone's disgusted by Epstein Island, and people are trying to cover up their tracks. Like that seems obvious to me. So I think there are people conspiring to hide their guilt in that situation. And like, why wouldn't they?
No, not guilt. Okay, and I can give you a recent one. Remember the Beef Wellington mushroom case that just happened? Just say you did this woman, Erin, who she just got locked up last week. She made beef Wellington.
She laced her mushrooms or in the beef Wellington, and the mushrooms were like dodgy. Yeah.
Dodgy death caps. Now, here's the thing. She would have got away with that had she said, look, I went and foraged for mushrooms because I'd done it in the past, years ago, and I wanted to make a good meal. But the fact is, the dehydrator or the air fryer that she dried them off in was brandish newish, and then she dumped it at the local tip, still brand new, like hardly worn. She dumped it at the tip. And it was when she reported to the hospital that night at 6:30 p.m. saying, oh, I'm feeling a bit sick, in order to cover her story, because she'd done this, she'd thought this through. They said, hang on, we've already had 3 people here. We've got to throw you in. And she went, no, I've just got to go fix my dog. So she ran away. She knew then she was caught. So she panicked and dumped the fucking fryer. Now, here's the thing. If you'd have accidentally killed them, you wouldn't have done that. So that's the people, and on Epstein Island, people probably went there, but they didn't fucking, I don't know, suck the fucking blood out of unborn fetuses or do all the shit people say they did. You know what I mean? But if you're on the flight list, you wouldn't want people knowing that, would you? Do you get what I mean? So you might panic and lie about that and create the cover-up that says, oh, you're guilty of something. Yeah, I'm guilty. I fucking went there because I got invited to a party. Like, not everyone who went there did what Epstein did. You get my drift?
Right.
Or the JFK. I reckon the CIA guys who are in the car.
I understand your take on the mushroom situation. So she actually knew they were death caps and put them in the air fryer?
Yes.
And gave them to other people?
Yes.
And she tried some herself, is that right?
No. Her beef Wellington was on a different coloured plate. So she cooked 4 beef Wellingtons for the victims with the death caps. But hers was a separate one. And one of the surviving member, who was in hospital in a coma for 2 weeks, he got out and he actually said, I did notice that all of our 4 were quite nice, big and brown. The pastry was brown very well. But hers, the pastry was a bit different. Like, when you bake things and you don't put everything in the oven correctly and you get the pie a bit burnt or some of the cakes aren't right. He noticed that hers was a bit whatever. But when you're the chef and you're trying to impress people, you give everyone else the best one and you serve yourself the fucking runt of the litter. But that's not enough evidence to throw you up. But dumping the air fryer, having a different coloured plate, then driving to a place where you got the death cap mushrooms and then lying to the police about it. And then when you turned up to hospital to try and, propagate your story, you kind of got caught out. So it was all that circumstantial evidence got her locked up. So the conspiracy it wasn't a conspiracy. She tried to kill him because, she would have been left with all the land and stuff like that.
Oh, she had financial gain from what she did. Wow.
Yes, it was her ex-husband, and they were trying to negotiate things. So obviously, he was gonna negotiate her out of the will, I'd say. So she decided to try and kill him beforehand.
Yeah,
and he already said,
It's just some of these stories I only hear parts of the information. I go, I wonder if they are guilty of something, or they're just having parties, and it's just like people are like weaving rumors about these, big players,
Yeah.
But
look, when you get under, say, JFK, I reckon the CIA fucked up and they shot him by accident and covered up the fact they fucked up. And I also think with 9/11, the CIA and the FBI both knew bits and pieces about it, but because they're in competition with each other, they kept their own info. Had they put 2 and 2 together, they could have stopped it. So they both fucked up. So they covered it up. You know what I mean? Like, you always cover it up. And it's the cover up that gets you caught. If you just come out and go, guys, we've fucked up. We did this. Now we'll sack whoever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you know about Friendly Geordies?
Yeah, I like Friendly Geordie. We seem to be off the same feed. Yeah.
Yeah. So when he thought there was very much intentional firebombing of his property, he just wasn't there at the time with the barrel arrow. Do you think, like, I would consider that like conspiratorial, because there's a lot of links to bikie gangs, this, that, and the other. It's like you got a man in a position of power who's getting absolutely smashed in the polls because a journalist is just crawling up his skin like nobody else, investigating construction, this, that, and the other, real estate, and my initial thoughts were like, he just seems slimy, but I don't know if he's slimy enough to actually hire bikies to firebomb somebody, That's just a very interesting situation.
Yeah.
That happened. Yeah.
TAB, whoever runs the poker machines in New South, are also had Jody up their fucking exhaust pipe. And apparently rumours are that it could have been organised by them as well. To stop Geordie mouthing off about what's happening with poker machines and the profits, how they're purposely, they're not being, the profits are finding, actually it's for laundering dirty money. The pokies are laundering dirty money. Yeah, so it could have been them as well.
Because I think he interviewed one of the whistleblowers, and even he has to keep his, things in order. He doesn't want to let his real location be lived because, once that out, there's big money and big greed, which is unfortunate with these sort of corrupt laundry, money, gambling. Yeah, wash the money away. Yeah.
Mm.
If that's true, it's that shits me off because people are basically getting money for free and I'm not.
Well, Barilaro tried to create a position of ambassador to New York from the New South Wales government that he could retire into. And Geordie derailed that. And that's pretty bad shit when you derail someone off a cushy overseas gig that doesn't exist. When you try to do that, you do get some powerful enemies. And the copper who went in, actually he just fucked it right up. But here's the thing, they even got the wrong address with Geordie's house. So they weren't very good at their craft. But I think the underworld are actually pretty good. Like those ones who do get people, the proper underworld ones you hear about, where it's like the car was firebombed and there's no DNA, they're the ones you don't want to get on the wrong side of because they know how to get rid of you real easy. What it got done, two French women this week, two French women, a 19 and 20-year-old, got done at Brisbane Airport for 20 kilos of methamphetamine, which apparently is worth $20 million.
What?
Yeah.
22 kilos?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Now, I don't know about the figures, but that sounds like a lot. Like, is crystal meth worth $1 million a kilo almost? And if so, they must jump on a lot to fucking... Because I always thought it was methamphetamine was relatively cheap. I thought it was around 100 a gram or something, but I've never ever bought this shit because I'm not a fucking loser. But I would have guessed around 100 a gram, if that. But so, if that's the case, they jump on it 10 times. But so they also got some from a cold drop about 3 weeks ago. So a 19 and a 20-year-old two French women coming into the country, they're obviously not the middle of this drug cartel, are they? But someone is. But that's a fucking lot. 20 kilos. That's your whole fucking bag. That's pretty heavy to lift up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just I have different interests at different times, and I just remember watching Friendly Geordies once or twice, and I thought, oh man, that's an interesting kind of fellow. But I watch a whole bunch of random stuff that is unrelated to your feed, but it's interesting when things overlap like that.
Yeah. What people put up on YouTube nowadays too, it's really, I don't know, the right wing sort of BitChute stuff seems to get more traction. Why is that so? Oh, I can't figure that out myself.
The whole Rumble BitChute situations kind of like a response to like YouTube and Reddit becoming a bit more placid, but you can't be like internet edgelords anymore because you'll get flagged. But if you want to talk like white supremacy or anti-Semitism, you'll go to those other platforms because you'll be in the vocal minority talking about whatever perverse thing you want to talk about, really, with no like, kind of consequences. And I think that's the kind of thing like society used to go, oh, man, you're talking about that thing? You're a weirdo. Whereas like it's gone a little bit more left where, you know, what you like is acceptable, what I like is acceptable. Let's just get all along, no matter, no kink shaming, nothing. Other people in the past, it's like, you do that, you're weird. Like, we're just going to call a spade back in the day. So it's very interesting transition for society, I think.
Well, I remember years ago, someone gave me a copy of the book, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, to start reading. And this is back when I was about 30, so I was right into books at the time, pre-internet. And I just got like halfway through it and handed it back and said, dude, it's just, I don't know, it's just a crock of shit. It seems to be written by someone who hates Jews because he's overdoing it. Like, if they're as bad as he seems to think they are, he wouldn't need to go on every page. Like, apparently that book, it's got Jew or Nazi or fucking death every second page or whatever. But I just found it a really boring read. And then I got a translated copy of Mein Kampf of a different dude, and I just couldn't read it. It was like the ravings of a lunatic. And apparently, it was Adolf Hitler just yelling out shit and Rudolf Hess just writing it down. That was Mein Kampf. And I also got Chairman Mao's red book and read that. And that was just, I don't know, communist propaganda. And like, each one of these books I read, I just thought, none of them actually attract me. It's more like they're appealing to someone who's already angry, and you're either going to not get through it or you're going to love it. And that's what I think. That's why they burn books. I think burning books is wrong, but now why some are burnt, I kind of see why.
Yeah, like, I think same with the internet. You could access any old rantings and ravings. You got Twitter and Facebook and this, that, and the other. And you could just get trapped in any old rabbit hole. Like, you even see it with young girls on Instagram. It's like, I want to look this way, so I'm going to put suction cups on my lips and look perkier or whatever. I'm going like, why? Just it's
Well,
just
you heard me pose the question. If you can control the weather, to I think it was Steve, someone, why wouldn't you not make your weather in your country really good, have lots of crops, perfect weather, therefore perfect fucking industry, secondary industry after your primary industry, and kick ass that way? And Jeremy, his response was, oh yeah, but you could sabotage all the other countries. That's the way he thinks. He wants to think ignorant because that's easier. Not, why wouldn't you get competitive edge? If I could control the weather, I'd get competitive edge. We would make it rain in the middle of Australia and turn that into a farmland. We would feed the world, couldn't we?
It's possible to think that way, but also for the conspiracy-minded, it's like, if you create bad weather, you give jobs to the construction workers who have their fingers in the pockets of politicians. So there's a leaning towards that, you know, they did the thing that needed a repair because the government will be the people who eventually get around to repairing that, or the army who send people to rescue people. Like, it can give the feeling like, oh, we don't just kill people, we'll actually help you during a natural disaster with our huge equipment, you know.
Well, actually, being a former CFA volunteer, and I don't do it now, my brother still does, whenever the army came in to help us, I'll state this straight out and sound unpatriotic. They fucked it up. They don't know what they're doing. They're a bunch of young guys who couldn't do college. You don't want that on a firefront life or death situation. You don't want media or the army in a bushfire. Dude, it's a fucking place where you can die real quick. So the army aren't the big fixers, but when there's a siege situation in a city and the police come in, if there's one death, the police are cunts. But if the army kill 10 people, it's okay. It escalated to the army. So 10 army is all right, but one police death is not. That's here in Australia. In the States, it's a bit different. But you get what I mean? People seem to think if the army are there, it must have already been bad. So they kind of escape that way, which is a bit wrong.
It's weird because my dad was like, you can train me to fight, but I don't want to be one of those people who shoots somebody's dad or kid. So, yeah.
Oh, man,
military
with
service is like a interesting concept to me. Like, you treat teachers as authority and other people's authority, but it's interesting to sort of submit yourself to that amount of like being yelled at. Your shoes have got to be this way, your bed's got to be that way. But I thought, like, on the battlefield, I don't think the enemy cares how neat my bed is.
Yeah.
You know.
Did you make your bed this morning? Look, I understand making your bed in the morning. It's kind of like you've done something. Okay, let's go out to the day. I don't have to make it tonight. But yeah, if you get shot, did the enemy think, well, at least I know he made his bed this morning, so I respect him as a soldier. It's an interesting point.
Yeah,
so
like
the grunt that replaces you doesn't feel gross getting
upon...
into your dirty sheets.
Sorry.
Making your bed in the morning is so that the grunt that replaces you, if you don't make it through the day, isn't grossed out by getting in your dirty sheets.
Oh, okay. But the other thing too is like once the army's done its job, and they're all very good at that, then it's a civilian police role. That's totally different. I don't know how you do that. You know what I mean? Like that's, yeah. I don't think anyone does.
I don't know. I just feel like starting a conspiracy that just says George Floyd is still alive. You know.
Oh, no. Yeah, that'll get traction.
Wisdom teeth. I'm still trying to get my wisdom teeth conspiracy to take off. So if you want to jump on that board, that one. By all
I like
means.
that. Wisdom teeth are a conspiracy. Yeah, I like it.
It's for the dental industry. Like nobody actually needs them removed. They're removed before they're a problem. It's just their wisdom teeth aren't real. You just wake up as a teenager and you have these scars in your back of your mouth. What did they do? And then insurance always pays for it. So, yeah, it's a racket, obviously.
Yeah. We need Blartek to work on that one. He's our super spook in Australia.
Yes.
Haven't seen Blartek for a while. I dare say the commies must have got him.
Wouldn't be surprised. But he'd obviously be number one on their target list. So.
Yeah. Well, I used to work as a commie under the bed. And I remember I was rostered to Blartek's place a few times. He'd look under the bed and I'd be there looking at him, with big little eyes, looking straight back at him. Yeah, commie under your bed's a good gig, actually. It pays well. Oh, Terry snuck in.
How?
Notice the way he does that?
How do we know,
Oh,
Yeah, I
guys?
know. I do it very carefully.
Oh, I'm getting worried about this. Was that an assassination attempt? Setting up. I saw you on your fucking grassy knoll there with your fucking violin case and your
Just
camos.
watching you at a distance,
Yep.
waiting
It's your
for you to slip up.
It's your grassy knoll that gives you away, mate. Stay away from grassy knolls.
Waiting for Dawn to confuse Jin again.
Oh dear.
I've got a question. How do we even know that Epstein did anything wrong? Do we just believe the news?
Yeah.
We need an
I-
enemy,
I-
so
I-
we say, oh, yeah, he must have.
Yeah, I didn't keep as much track on it as I think I should have. But it's just like weird, like to hear about this
I mean,
really rich person who's allegedly involved with all these things. And
I
he's-
know he was guilty because I know there has to be a human trafficking pedo cult in the elites. But for you guys, how do you know that he did anything?
I think I only said like there's like gossip and bad press about him. I'm not. That's why I said I'm not sure if there's a conspiracy or not. So I wasn't sure because I haven't kept track of it.
Maybe the worst thing he ever did was get a blowjob from a 16-year-old, which was totally legal. And also he gave some money to a few foreign girls. That's as bad as it was.
It was more when he got arrested and then the circumstances, suspicious circumstances around his death
Right.
suggested that, oh, how did he get killed in custody? There's cameras and like, oh, everything happened to be. That gave it the ingredients of the perfect conspiracy.
But
And
maybe,
then, yeah, so it was that, I think. I don't know. I've always thought, what the fuck?
if he didn't die, he would have got to court and said, yeah, nothing happened, guys. They had to kill him to keep the story alive.
He
But
seems
the
like the kind of
opposite
guy who would
argument-
kill himself to keep the story alive because he wanted to be the story.
And maybe just someone in the jail who hates those kind of people, those SAs.
He was in
So he
solitary,
Right.
wasn't he?
But
Yeah.
there's still guards who have access, weren't there?
Oh, guards, yeah.
And the other thing is, by him disappearing, that then makes it, he had info on someone with power. That's how the whole conspiracy kind of gets its traction. There's two equal cases and neither can be proven. So they both kind of feed off each other, don't they?
Yeah, I think there's other ways to find the conclusion that he was doing bad stuff because he was killed off. But I'm just thinking, we haven't got a video of the bad stuff, so really we're just believing the news.
Well, let's say he was killed. There's might be a motivation of like, even if he wasn't doing it particularly himself, he knew the people who were, and he could maybe use it as leverage to say, if you don't help my company do this, I'll tell other people about that. And they just said,
Yeah.
I don't like being blackmailed, so off you go. Yeah, that's a possibility.
That makes more sense that he was not necessarily the evil devil, but he was used to record other men.
Hmm.
You could You could probably make the same claim about anyone accused of those crimes because it's not like they release the images they have of minors being assaulted
That's what I'm
in
saying.
any case. So,
That's what I'm saying. So we have to make a leap of faith.
yeah, but for every pedophile, that's true.
Yeah, and I'm just saying the Globers really love the evidence thing, but sometimes on things even more important than Earthshade, we have to make a leap of faith and say, yeah, I just think he was bad.
Yeah, I think somebody somewhere has access to the evidence, and, well, I pity the person who has to view it.
Oh, God, yeah. The Michael Jackson one was another famous one, wasn't it? So you had to sort of weigh up how you feel emotionally about him as an artist, but also how weird you think he is as a person. And try and
But that was
conflate it
inspired by
all
like
together.
allegations of his own abuse as a child, right? Like that's not going to leave anybody.
Right. If you know his full story, he is a child-minded, abused victim, and maybe that explains why he was a weirdo, or is an excuse.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's one of those first celebrities that really couldn't go anywhere without being mobbed. So just having any formlets of a normal life. Like, yeah, that amount of fame just.
You've got like Macaulay Culkin, who was very good friends with him, but had never accused him. And then you've got other sort of random young kids that did accuse, whose parents accused him.
But Justin Bieber hasn't directly accused
Right.
P. Diddy.
Did he?
So,
Did he?
but
Yeah, very similar
the
relationship.
anecdotes around there,
And then
that's
I feel
fairly
like
strong case, seems.
Macaulay and Justin are both MK Ultra victims as well.
How would they be mind controlled? Just by the drug, or?
Through drugs and their handlers, but because they were young, mostly handlers at first. Maybe antipsychotics or some subtle drug. But when they get to 18, they would have been controlled with cocaine and other drugs.
Just sort of memory wipe kind of thing, or something else?
So I think it's a sort of splitting. So the artist becomes separate to the personal body, and then you care more about the artist and not about yourself. It's hard to explain. The reason I think Macaulay and Justin were both involved is because Justin's had a lot of weird satanic symbolism mixed in with his music, like babies and pizza. And Macaulay Culkin was a very, very young child actor in the Home Alone film, which is about predators and a kid on his own. And I feel like it all works in. You've got Harvey Weinstein, Epstein. It's like a coincidence that the Steen family is weirdos.
Frankenstein.
Mm.
Yeah, Goldstein. Um,
The Berenstein Bears.
Berenstein.
That's why they had to change history to keep the Berenstein Bears from being pulled into
Yeah.
that whole thing.
We're going to look back and it'll be Epstein instead of Epstein.
Epstein.
Okay.
And it's all Nelson Mandela's fault for the Mandela effect. Yeah.
Damn it, Nelson.
And Walt Disney.
I think Walt Disney is another MK Ultra pedo company.
You said Walt Disney. I heard Walter Bislin. I'm like, what'd he do?
Everything.
He's one of the best flat earthers I've ever seen. I've never seen so many flat earth models come out of one man.
Oh,
He needs the Flat Earth Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
I feel like he sort of created the meme. Look, it can work if you fudge it, but it doesn't mean it makes sense.
Flat Earther said, "Hold my beer, or my Red Bull."
Or hold my... Oh, hang on. No, I won't say that.
Hold my 22 kilos of crystal meth.
No. Hold my bits.
That too.
Where did the pizza shop come in? Could you go and order a pizza with kids with baby parts on it?
Yeah, of course. My pleasure. The whole Pizzagate was a meme that DC elites, especially the left-wing Democrats, connected to Clinton, owned a pizzeria and were also into Satanism and child abuse and glorifying and sexifying kids, babies. So anyway, that was a whole conspiracy. It's true. We could go into it. But then Justin Bieber released a song called Yummy, and his advertising campaign was to post babies on Instagram with the hashtag Yummy and a pizza emoji. So his design team are then using the Pizzagate baby Satanism symbology to promote his music. His pizza is a symbol for young kids.
%100% based only on an email in Hillary Clinton's email leaks from one guy.
Well,
who just said, "Should we order some pizza for such and such a date?"
yeah, I'll give you that could be fake email, yeah, from the Russian hack. So let's say we can't link the Clintons because we don't have any of those emails, and we can't prove the government people use pizza and sausages symbol names. So we'll get rid of all of that, but we've still got the pizza symbols and the pedo Satanist Instagram and Twitter posts. We've still got the
Are those
art
posts
collection.
reinforcing or are they mocking? Is it satire of how silly the pizza conspiracy itself
No, they're
is?
reinforced. They're reinforcing it. They're like pizzas with pentagrams cut into them, babies strapped to tables in pizza shops. And Podesta was friends with the pizza shop owner, and Podesta's got all of this creepy abuse art in his home, and he does.
I don't think he's. All of that was
pizza.
just QAnon.
No,
like false
you think the
positives.
photos are fake of his art?
I know the one of him in body paint at the UV body paint was.
Oh, this is in
and
his
that
house.
that was the started.
in his house, there's pictures of kids in swimming pools being held down and tied back, and young naked girls, a brass statue of a woman in the Arch of Hysteria. So he's got a lot of abuse art, and it includes young kids. And then that pizza shop was famous for having the ping pong downstairs for birthday parties. And they
No. Now that part's now you're off the rails.
Was
'Cause
that
I
a
do
shop
know
next
that pizza.
door or
I know
something?
Comet Ping Pong was
Okay,
the
they're
name
owned,
of the
owned
pizza
by the
shop.
same person. So Comet Ping Pong, Comet Pizza. In the ping pong one, they had adult themed music shows with trans
No.
drag queens
No.
who joke about
You've been Mandela
kids.
effect on that one.
What do you think I just didn't see the video? Was the video faked? Was it not in Comet Ping Pong?
I don't know which video you're talking about, but Comet Ping Pong was the pizza parlor. Like you're talking, there
All right, so
weren't two
you're
pizza
agreeing with me.
places.
It's one shop. It's just
One shop,
downstairs.
no basement.
Downstairs.
That's the one that had no basement. That the man
Okay,
with
in
the M6
back room,
with the AR
let's call it the
tried to
back
get
room.
into.
Back room where they did ping pong for kids. So they've got a pizza ping pong, Comet Pizza ping pong for kids birthday parties, but the people that own it are into Satanism and sex on their Instagrams.
No, I don't think it was a kid's pizza place. It was like a bar that served pizza and
Yeah,
had
I've got a
music
video
shows.
of him going through saying, and this room is the back room for ping pong, birthday parties. Kids welcome.
Oh, right, like the being interviewed by the news before, like when they opened or something.
Yeah, and then we've got the donut shop, which is their friend's business, and that's got the pedo symbol the spiral in blue on it until they changed it.
I would even say like that whole like spiral triangle thing. I don't think that original FBI. Ooh, look out for these symbols. Like
Well, if the FBI
publications were real.
If the FBI document's fake, it means we can't prove from FBI that they're real pedo symbols. We can just
No, I don't think it came
collect
from the
them and then
FBI.
say,
I think
that's what I'm saying. So
it
throw
only
that in
was
the
on
bin.
Twitter.
Throw that in the bin, and we've got a collection of people using a certain symbol.
Well, the lengths that people go to say that, ooh, look, it's the same symbol, where it's like just a common spiral pattern on jewelry,
No,
and only the same as the quote unquote, problematic one if you kind of squint at it and look at it sideways.
You're agreeing there is a problematic one.
No, I mean the alleged problematic one.
Okay, so you're not, and so you're saying there's no FBI document, and we're not even sure these are all the same.
The provenance of that common symbols that represent blah 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 is Twitter. There's no link to FBI.org document
We've
that
gone
says
to the
that.
Wayback Machine, and we've got pedo.com, and it says these symbols are
That sounds like
representing
a
little boys.
4chan meme site, right? Like that's not an official source. And I'm including having lived through the satanic panic of the early 90s.
Yeah,
all of which was fake. All of which was fake.
No, it wasn't all fake.
All of it was fake.
Bohemian Grove was real, wasn't it?
That's not satanic panic. That's a different thing.
It is.
That is a real place.
If all the elites are in cloaks in the middle of the pine trees worshipping a stone owl, that literally is satanic panic, and it's
No.
true.
No. The satanic panic was like mind control and heavy metal music, and D&D is leading people to
Yeah, so
ritual
you're saying
killings.
the silly things believed by women are not true. But would you agree some satanic panic is true?
No, I've never seen it. I've looked this, and like I said, I lived through it. Like I was,
bro,
there, and it was all fake.
People weren't doing magic spells. That was all made up. There was no
Clearly,
grimoire.
magic spells is very different from what was alleged to have happened in satanic.
There was no Wicca.
That's also not satanic. So let's be specific.
Part of the panic, isn't it? People in covens.
Well, now you're trying to cast a bigger net just to get more and more alleged evidence.
You're trying to say the satanic panic is just a D&D scare.
And heavy metal music.
But Ozzy Osbourne's got a song that says witches at black masses. So
Yep.
it's like that is there. They're not making it up.
Therefore, ritual child sacrifice killings of real children are real.
You haven't read the middle bit. So they're not jumping from Ozzy Osbourne to kids are being killed, are they? There's a middle bit. The blood drinking and sacrifice ritual.
Again, no evidence of any of that ever.
What about all the cases where satanic cults have been caught and then put in jail?
They're either in like effectively false memories or outright lies by the witnesses. Like there wasn't a single real case prosecuted in the United States. Now maybe it's different in another country. I only know the United States part of it.
Three, they got let off.
Which ones?
And the Memphis three
The
satanic.
daycare workers?
Yeah, I think it was. There's one.
Yeah, because there was no cult and it was all made up.
It just happens to be a coincidence that the main guy has turned into a black magician and teaches Satanism.
I'm not saying anything about what he did afterwards. I'm saying there was the evidence of the Memphis 3 was entirely lacking and all made up and anecdotal. Like, why would anybody?
What about Michael Aquino, the Satanist high priest, and started the Temple of Set, and he was in the army, and he's written a book called Psyops.
Have you listened to interviews he's given?
Yes.
Like, every single one is intended to be so shocking that you're like, oh my god, he's full of shit until proven otherwise.
Accused of sexual abuse as well. But you've got there a open Satanist who is in the army and creating psychological warfare for the army. So that's Satanism, not panic.
Church of Satan or Satanic Temple?
Well, both.
Well, then you're already on the wrong page because one of them's a secular.
Yeah, but
political.
They're all using the same symbology, and we're still going to panic about them being real.
Some people will, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to panic about them being real.
It's not a panic. It's more about, look, I see this exists.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either of those organizations existing. Doesn't mean anyone's drinking blood or killing babies.
No, someone who's an open Satanist is doing psychological warfare and allowed to do it by the army.
Honestly, I would trust that person more than a Christian doing the same job.
Yeah, I don't think that's the point. You're agreeing there's a Christian panic.
And I know there was a panic. I'm saying it was all unfounded and
I'm saying
basically memes of the day.
You're panicking now. Oh no, there's too many Christians, but Satanism, that's fine.
I didn't say anything about too many Christians.
Well, you're saying we can't trust them if they're in positions of power.
How did I say that?
You said you'd trust Michael Aquino more than a Christian to work on psychological operations.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is your
one person
panic.
1 versus 1. Not too many. Not statistically.
What about this same blue spiral on the donut shop as on a Disney character?
Was it a triangle spiral? Because it all started as the triangle spiral, not just a spiral.
Just the blue spiral.
Then that's a stretch. That's bullshit.
No, I'm saying, do you think it's a coincidence then that it's on a Disney male beast character's skin and the donut shop in DC connected to
spirals? Spirals are everywhere, man. Once you see one spiral, they're going to be everywhere.
It's like in a little boy's scroll. It's called blue spiral 3 times to the right. That's just a coincidence?
Yes. That there are design patterns like spirals in this world.
What about the Illuminati pyramid and the eye on the dollar? Did they put it on there, or is that just a coincidence?
Who's they?
the Illuminati?
I don't see what that has to do with
I'm
pedo
just
pyramids.
wondering if you can read symbology.
So, I'm wondering if
did
you
they
can
put it
prove
on there, or is
symbology.
did it just happen to look similar?
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that happens to look similar.
Wow, you're going with coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, how hard did QAnon
my
have to push there are no coincidences to keep their fucking bullshit alive?
So you're going with the Illuminati seal on the dollar bill isn't the real Illuminati seal.
I don't give a shit about the dollar bill.
A coincidence.
We're talking about one specific case of symbology.
I can't believe it. So you think Epstein was innocent after all this?
Wait, so do you? Because there's no evidence.
You're going with it was all just a panic.
Satanism was a panic, yes. Why aren't you bringing up Ghislaine Maxwell? Is she innocent too?
No, I was joking. I was saying you haven't got the real proof because you can't follow the logic. So you have to just go along with believing the news. But now I'm playing against you by saying you really should believe in this stuff.
If there was evidence for it, that'd be great.
I mean, we've got evidence of Bohemian Grove.
Evidence that's not Alex Jones's secret footage.
Yeah, we've got another set of footage that's nearly identical, but
who made it?
We'd use both. Another YouTuber.
Okay.
But they're in there, and there's men.
How do you know who they are?
They're worshipping out.
How do you know who they are that are in there?
Let's say they could be anyone. Yeah? Let's say they could be one of the Bohemian Club. So that makes it even worse, doesn't it? Because we've now got one extra person in the woods.
I didn't even know it was filmed there. Like Alex Jones filmed in there, and there were zero repercussions to him.
Yeah, so let's say they were allowed in. I'm just saying this is evidence that people do meet in the woods and worship the owl.
LARPers are everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, so you're agreeing it's not all panic. Some of it is real. They do actually meet in the woods.
No, you're conflating one thing happening for one reason with, okay, so now we can panic about a different reason that may or may not even be related.
I'm saying part of satanic panic is the elites being Satanists, and Bohemian Grove is evidence of that.
I would not say that satanic panic was about elites, at least not in the 80s and 90s. It was about regular people. Like it was about child care workers and
it's even more
Boy Scout leaders and shit. I want to hear what our local AI bot thinks now. Surely that was some good input.
If you had a kid, yeah, let's say a daughter, and she come back and she said, "Dad, the school board and they took me after school and they touched me up," you'd say, "Oh no, nothing to worry about. Nobody does that for real. It's all been debunked." Or would you say,
no, the actual analogy,
because you're saying this, I really need to take it seriously?
The actual analogy would be a Karen at school, at a child's school, is making accusations based on the cover art of a graphic novel.
No.
That her kid's friend brought to school. That's the exact analogy. This is not about like evidence of actual crimes. This is about the symbology that is connecting invisible dots that only exist in the believer's imagination.
Was.
Is there evidence of people getting impregnated just to have an abortion, just to sacrifice the fetus to Satan himself?
Yes, there is,
No,
because we've got
no,
a huge uptake in abortion, and the Satanic Church
absolutely not.
actually
And there isn't an uptick.
claimed
It's at its
this
lowest
is a
rate in
religious ritual
decades.
for freedom.
It's at its lowest rate in decades. So there's not an uptick.
They claimed it's a religious ritual for freedom.
Yeah, over bodily autonomy. That's different than
There
the
you go.
allegations, the specific allegations made in the Satanic Panic that this was happening, like in small towns all over the United States.
Yeah, I know that bit's not all true, but it's partly true. It's based on some true stories.
Where do you draw the line? Like, where do you take the all true and be like, oh, well, this was only this subset of it, but we don't have evidence for the subset? Are you just saying that some of it has to be true?
I'm saying some of it has to be true, and it all links to something true. It could be you
But the
having to
sum of
deal
it,
with it. You shouldn't deny it, because it could be your kid.
the sum of it that could be true can't be the only evidence for some of it is definitely true.
No, it isn't. Okay. The evidence brought forward in Satanic Panic that you remember isn't real evidence for any Satanism, but it all points to the fact of it being possibly true in certain circumstances.
That is the most flimsy, watered down connecting the dots yet.
What about this? Let's go on another topic. Blood libel. You know, where people accuse the Jews of killing kids.
Yep.
Would you say it's all made up anti-Semitism and Jews have never sacrificed kids or cut their foreskins off?
Why did you just conflate sacrificing kids and cutting foreskins off?
Bloodletting as well as full killing.
Well, is circumcision always bloodletting?
I just sort of added that in there to show that they do mess with kids' skin.
So does almost the entire population of the United States, and I don't think you'd claim that, you know.
So you think all the blood libel was made up, or do you think there was a few cases that it was based on in the beginning?
I think the overwhelming evidence is that blood libel tactics are used against groups, minority groups, in order to dehumanize and reinforce conspiracies about said groups, not just Jews, but in China they say it about the Uyghur population. You know,
that was just a panic as well.
And shit, where was that? Myanmar. They do the same. They did the same shit. That shit came up in Rwanda, right? Like, it's for as far as things there are evidence for. It is the tactic of those in power to demonize, you know, for lack of a better word, those who are not.
One thing though, on the cutting the foreskin, you want to include the entire Middle East also. Almost everyone in the Middle East cut it, circumcised.
I shouldn't have conflated the two, but I meant bloodletting or sacrifice.
Why bring anything like bloodletting into what you're alleging sacrifice?
Well, that's part of blood libel, is that they have to spill the blood, so they don't always kill the kid. They might just cut someone.
That sounds an awful lot like being able to call, you know, little Timmy's skin knee he got on the playground and using it to demonize the group in the neighborhood you don't like.
Yes, of course it's used
without any evidence.
It's used for that, but I'm saying these telltale fictions are based on things some people do.
How is that different than any other prejudice or?
It's not. It's the same. I'm saying part of Satanic Panic is about real Satanism.
What? Wait, is blood libel Satanism?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what we're talking about.
It's a specific type because it's by Jews.
They're all different.
What evidence would there even be that there's any Satanism involved? Does Judaism have? I don't think Judaism has Satan in that regard. Like, what are they even sacrificing to?
Blood magic instead of wine.
You got to cast such a broad net to even try to make any of these points that it's just like,
Are you just
That tends
saying?
towards the absurd, like
Are you just
clearly on
saying
its
it's
face.
just normal Judaism? If they killed a kid, that's just normal Judaism. We don't need a
Nope.
different word. What would you call it?
I don't think there was any killing of kids by minority
Yeah,
populations.
but if there was, it would
It's
be
a
a
ridiculous hypothetical.
type
No.
of dark magic.
There was
No,
some kind of
there's
sacrifices.
no fucking magic, dude.
There's nothing.
Sacrifices inside gold bulls. They burn people.
Exactly, yeah.
That's just punishment.
Punishment.
Huh?
So why do they put their kids in there?
How far back are we
Punishment.
talking now? Like the
Who
gold bull
cares?
was
What
ancient
could you
Greece.
do? What are you going to do to be put in a bowl and burn? What are you talking about? Punishment?
Carcinogen or Cartagen, whatever it's called. Carpagen. I don't know what it's
Yeah,
called.
there were a lot of brutal execution methods back in the day. None of them were okay, but
And you know,
that's what
saying
those.
if
That's what they
people
did.
accuse someone of doing something similar now, they must be lying.
I mean, I would need evidence like any other
Yeah,
accusation.
it was probably a Salem witch trial
That's
type
what I
thing.
said to you before. You haven't got the evidence, so you have to follow the story and the logic and the
Wait, you're the
accusations.
one saying that this shit existed.
Yes, but your claim that you don't have evidence is the same as the Epstein one, but you still believe that.
I haven't commented one
Yeah,
way or
but
the other
the
on
same-
Epstein.
So
But
I
to
can
the
tell.
same Bible, but to the same people, they're the only land that was first, even though all the other lands existed with people. So I mean, who knows, man?
Let me ask you, Demo. You know, Satanic Panic, when they said heavy metal music and Dungeons and Dragons is teaching black magic, witchcraft, and Satanism to the kids, and sometimes they kill cats and goats.
Science is black magic and Satanism to me. And any of the what ifs, who's, what's, and what, yeah, anything you don't know that you want to dabble and be goofy about.
Oh, that's a good point. Big pharma testing on animals. That's the real blood magic, man.
I mean, I would agree, but Demok, you believe some Satanists kill cats? It was real, not just a panic.
I had a nephew that tried to put cats in the dryer and oven because he was just a little kid and he thought, he didn't know any better. He wasn't any, but I haven't seen a person try to do it for anything weird. Except one time, there was this one person that had a cat that kept like dying around him. Like cats would have babies and they were like, "Oh, this kitten had baby. This cat had the kitten." And I was like, "Okay, where's the cat?" They're like, "Oh, it's gone." I'm like, "Huh? What the fuck?" Yeah, that was kind of weird. But I never seen him doing it. Even they weren't like satanic that I knew of. But there are some weird things that happen.
That's what I'm saying. People panic, but they're panicking because real things do happen sometimes.
What would you consider witchcraft the same thing as some kind of satanic stuff too?
Only if you're hurting people. I don't think a normal witchcraft is bad. I think the panic comes from if you're hurting people.
Yeah, like the Salem witch trials where you point the finger and say, "Burn them instead of me," or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the witch trials, they're very scared that these witches are going to take power from the church and corrupt the village. So they think if they don't deal with the witch, then they'll poison the environment.
Well, my thing is, why wouldn't they have already?
Right.
If they already did it, like if you think they did it and they already did it, what do you think's going on right now?
Well, I guess you have to kill them and then kill all of the witches to finally purge
No,
the
I'm
land.
saying, but if they poisoned your water with something like a meth or fentanyl, what would the people be like in that kingship? Be scratching their face, looking at the sun.
Yeah, well, you've heard the stories of the ergot and poisonings. So some people say the witches did that. Some people say the Puritans did that to set the witches up and to make hysteria.
Well, whoever knows what ergot does, I mean, if somebody knew what it did at the time, or if they just discovered what it was and just discovered the repercussions of whatever, like penicillin or mold. It's not on your bread, then it is. So, I mean, I'm not sure, brother. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I think you're saying so. Witch could do it, but also someone could set it up.
I know the Kellogg's brothers, when they made the cereal, the first batch was regular without mold, and it wasn't whatever. And then the kid made, his brother was supposed to watch the next batch or whatever, and he fucked off and did something, came back, and it had like mold or something, and the people liked it. They ate the flakes. They were like, oh, cornflakes. So here we are today. So hard telling. I bet you one man's cure is another man's death.
Yeah,
One poison that will be a cure for you, like any kind of liquid that would help you, could be an allergy to another person or death.
yeah.
So it's hard to say.
You can give DMT to one person and they'll see Jesus and they'll think God's real. This is beautiful. And then you can give it to someone else and they think they're being abducted by a demon.
How do you know it's not a visual allergic reaction?
Oh, I think it is definitely that. But the question is, why is the interaction causing
So
the entities?
Because the plant wants you to come back.
Yes, that's what I heard. The plant wants you to run away or stay.
Yep. And those plants are powerful. They have the control of making you be able to break down sugars for the rest of your life or not. Like the idea of a diabetic. Isn't that weird? So if you eat certain plants, once you eat them, like an ant, your body won't be able to break down any other sugar than that type of plant. You can consume it, but it's not going to break it down.
Yeah, sugar's an important variable.
For the insects, yeah. I mean, it's a little more different, you know what I mean? Because the drop of it. And that's the thing. How come there aren't diabetic ants if that's what they eat is sugar?
Right. There probably is some that get ill.
Well, yeah, from whatever we put in the sugar. But do you think they get ill from eating nature's sugar that they like to eat?
Yeah, maybe 1 in 100 eats that apple and the body just can't handle it.
Now there is a mold.
Too sweet.
There's a mold that'll kill them all. It'll get along a tree and it'll eat, like the bird that poops or whatever. That mold will grow.
I've got another question about what evil is real, Bull Knight. You've heard of the serial killer. You know when they became all famous and there was like John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy.
CIA scripted.
Yeah, I wonder. But is that Satanism? Is
CIA,
there a real panic or are these real killers?
No, I heard the CIA did it. Now,
Yeah,
don't
I've
get
heard
us wrong. Don't be crazy. There are crazy people now, but
okay, yeah, you're going with it's all set up.
But the control, and I'll say, if you know where certain people live and certain monies are held by certain people or stocks, you knock that person off that stock, it takes a whole new fucking change.
Yeah.
Now your company that was worth $52 is worth 52,000 or 52 million. Because Bob and Tracy just got bumped off and you're the next biggest shareholder.
Well, it would be worth it even to up your stock by 10% if it's a lot of money.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. These people know about things. Then
Any amount.
this serial killer kills this group of people. And that person was one of them, and the stocks changed.
All right.
So, yeah. What about?
You're saying people died, and it was acted out as Satanism, but it wasn't real.
Yes.
It was the CIA. So
yeah, a lot. Yes.
That's an extra angle. Bull Knight can
and
consider.
it was also for control of your
fake Satanism.
Psychological warfare against the people. Oh, helter skelter, hell,
I agree.
fear, yeah, all that shit.
So
Everything
they
brings
find
you back
a
to
nutter, and then they teach the nutter how to push their ideology.
Church and science are Batman and Robin, but they go hand in hand. They are the same.
Which one's Batman? Which one's Robin?
Doesn't matter.
I think it used to be the church was Batman and the science was the helper, and now it's the other way around.
Yeah, they flipped it. That way the popes don't have to do anything but sit there.
You would need science to build the Batcave, so that sounds right.
The popes just say, yes or no.
But I'm saying some of the stuff is people, people hear things and they're like, oh, witches. I mean, you hear patents that you can walk through walls.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are in their basement trying to do it and which one actually, can. But I mean, this is what starts things, right? People think something, they do crazy shit. The extent of their ability and how far they go is another thing, right? Now, when you got a guy that can kill 87 million people, never get caught, always have different jobs, always be doing this shit, always have vans, always have the, nah, that's just weird. Like he's always got the money to do what he needs and the equipment. With people locking people in their
Yeah,
basement and
I
shit.
think you're thinking smart here. There's someone funding some of the big ops or the
Yeah.
complicated setups.
Yeah, literally, there was this lady that got caught. She was a big time serial killer. They put her. She was in like homes or something, and she like all the people would end up dead except like one, you know. And they were like, "What the fuck? Something's not right. Something's not right." So they changed this bitch's. They got her out of the area because people were mad at her. They changed her identity and moved her to Canada.
People start dying in Canada then.
Yep. Yeah, they took a serial killer instead of putting her on trial and killing her here or whatever. They said, okay, we're going to take care of her. We're going to lock her up. They changed her identity. The CIA just took her, changed her identity, and didn't put her in jail.
You know what that reminds me of? The last two series of Dexter, he pretended to kill himself, moved to the icy cold, and now he's resurrected. And maybe the CIA is helping fund Dexter.
Maybe he's giving you the idea that's what can happen. Because who else is the top person for the forensics and who dies and what?
Right.
And who looks into it the hardest for like Bob? They'll spend $8 million making sure who killed Bob, but not the other 97 people in the thing. Come on now. Yeah. Something ain't right.
I mean, how much money do true crime podcasts earn? And if there was nobody to do true crimes, then there would be no more podcasts to make about it. So you got to get people to go on killing sprees.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's like just for the money and the film deal.
Back in the day, the CIA directors used to go on stealing and killing sprees. They used to make a gang that didn't exist and fund it.
Do you want to hear some
The
extra
fire
stuff?
directors used to burn stuff down in order for them to have a job.
Yeah, I'm watching another one. Yeah, I'm watching another one called Smoke. It's nearly the same as Dexter, but this guy is a fire expert.
Told you.
And maybe he's gonna turn into someone that causes fires so he can solve his own case or something like that. But yeah, these killers, they always have
fire expert. Then
they always have a theme. So you've got a trans killer with the phoenix rising from the ashes, Van's shoes, shoots up a skull with her trans manifesto. Then you've got Ted Bundy, who's the handsome gay. So not only can AIDS kill you,
John Wayne
but
Gacy.
also, yeah, a clown. So that fits in with the Shriners, Freemason, clown fear.
Ronald McDonald.
Yes, exactly. He's already creepy before we had John Wayne Gacy.
Bozo.
It.
Yep.
His name is Pennywise. Come on now.
Elite, scary clown fear, scare kids with demon entities agenda. And then you've got the goths with the leather jacket, school shootings. So that's to say, incel men, they're bad. Fits with the Matrix theme.
Well, how do you get people killed or stuff started? CIA. It's just like the Hamas shit.
Yeah, I agree.
A group of CIA people are set up and they're like, oh, this person's this person that. They use that, right? Yeah. To take whatever they want. And somebody said, oh, these people were so scared that they took more land. That's what you do no, you don't. If there's a house full of dudes at the end of the block and there's 70 dudes in the house, and it's like real big and crazy, and you're one little guy in your fucking shack, you're not gonna go confront the dudes in the big ass house. There's too many of them. And you're definitely not gonna say, okay, now I'm gonna put my shitter on your front porch, guys that I'm scared of. It wouldn't make any sense. Now
You've
you
got
have to go to their place every day. The people you're afraid of, you have to go sit in front of them every day. Like, okay, here I am, closer in your mix. That wouldn't
then
make
you've
any
got
sense.
the ATF operations like Waco and that one up on the mountain, Ruby Ridge.
Yep, those are all Hollywood setups to show you if you do that, this is what will
Yes.
and can happen.
If you try and survive by yourself
Yes.
with your family as a Christian, will come
Dude, they
for you.
don't even let those builders on YouTube that just go try to build a little house out of trees or digging the hole in the ground
Yeah.
and make them a hut. They find them and don't let them.
Yeah.
They find them.
Because if one person gets away with it, they think everyone will try.
Yeah. And where are we getting away to?
Well, you're not. You're just
Where do
getting
they think? No.
tiny
Where do they
bit
think
further
we're
from
going
the
to go?
city.
How do you know we're not going to get away to something that we shouldn't have been got to? Unless we go, we don't know.
Well, I mean,
Somebody's going to end up finding something.
that's the Jim Jones one. They went to Guyana. They sort of played out the getting away, and then the CIA made them kill themselves. So it's like you nearly can make
Yep.
it, but no, then you
Nah,
all
nobody
die.
had to kill themselves with the CIA. All the CIA has to do is write the book and then go down and kill them all anyway. If you're not over there, you would never know.
Yeah, a lot of them were just shot.
CIA price, it probably was the CIA. Jim Jones probably was CIA.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm saying that played out the theme of nearly escaping,
Hey,
until you,
Demark.
but you don't.
Take
Eric,
over an area, build airstrips, take over a whole group.
Eric Demark would make a good cult leader.
What?
I reckon you'd make a good cult leader.
Why? Because the CIA is the best cult there is?
No, because you got a good voice for it.
For a cult?
Cult leader needs to be able to sit on a bench on stage and just talk for hours. So yeah, I agree.
And he could slag off the government for hours.
Yeah, but I don't think I would be a cult. I'd be against cults, like the government.
That's what all the good cult leaders say.
Well, what's a good cult?
Lots of people.
It's a
Like a
paradox.
family?
Sorry,
Would you
not good. I
consider a
mean best.
family a cult?
The best cult
Like,
leaders.
so what if David Koresh was just a family?
A commune with no
No
rulership.
rules.
Well, no
Nobody,
rulers.
no
No
taxes,
rulers.
no food, no power.
No food.
Nobody supplying you anything. You just supply yourself. Is that why they get mad at you? I think the government get really mad in the power company. Who really runs shit? You got Hollywood that wouldn't exist without all the free money from the government. And you got the
Hollywood's
government,
apparently written by
science.
CIA as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, all of it. The Vatican writes your science and hands
Yeah.
you your lenses and tells you to look into space and says who, what, when, where, why, and how. And then from the church, you get science. It's
They
supposed
make
to say who,
movies
what,
about it.
when, where, why, and how to. It's all connected.
Science fiction. It's some of the best CIA movies. Really fun.
Well, we're living in it right now. We're living in a CIA movie. When they tell you this place is bad, this place is good, we're going to war and all that, it's all movie shit, man. It's all in your head. Planets are in your head. All that shit's in your head. Everything a movie shows you is stuck in your fucking head and you can't get it out. Even science. Science is a movie. Nobody's ever done no science in front of you with nothing. But you fucking lie. Science isn't a cult because it's secret. You don't do it. You just tell it. Like you can't prove what a ball does or show us with a real ball what balls do. But everybody can tell us how stuff flies around balls. And they've all got to be correct because there's no way that they falsified themselves. They couldn't
I think
falsify their own claim with a ball.
it's a different type of cult. It's taught in universities and papers and discussed by normal men, secular men. It's more of a belief system.
Well, they control the flow of actual technology that would come out, and then they steer and guide what does come out. And it's always the same retarded science that doesn't do shit. Science doesn't do anything. It doesn't. Science, there's no point in science. It's just who, what, when, where, why, and how. There is no answer in science. Science has no answer, only questions. Science is only a question. What if?
What would you call it if you wanted to
What
start
if?
a new way? Not no. I mean, if you were going to redo
I mean, I call science what if.
Studying. Would you just call it
Trial and
studying?
error. Trial and error. Yeah. Just do something, and what the end result is, that's what it is. Thinking it's going to be different every time, or after you've done it 100 times is fucking insane. So after you spin a ball 100 times and you know water's not sticking, and you get a bigger one and a bigger one and a bigger, and they all do the same exact thing. At what point in time are we supposed to believe you that they do something different? You see, when does the magic take place? In reality, not just in a mindset.
The sciere, the science in Latin, the word, or Greek, I can't remember. It means to know. So they've
No, it
changed.
doesn't.
They've changed
You
knowing
can't know when you don't prove.
to telling. No, I'm saying they're using the wrong word.
Right. It's seance. They're using the word seance. Seance comes with peer review. You and a bunch of guys hold hands. One guy says something, everybody repeats. It's a seance of the church.
What they mean is to test, but they're calling it to know.
They're not testing anything.
Yeah, and you're not even sure that most of it is a test at all.
Science is to not know, brother. They tell you every second science will not and cannot prove things. That means science is the unknowing. Science is making you stupid. Science is taking you away from the absolute to the absurd. Science is worthless. It's nothing. It's just a fucking CIA shitbag. Throw it against the wall, see if it sticks.
What if we kept the word science, but we started doing it completely differently?
Trial
So
and error. Then that would be great. Like we
instead of
go to the
telling
hardware
kids,
store. Yeah.
we don't tell kids what exists. We say, "Would you like to study this?"
Yes, sir. And you make video games and statistics and facts, and you put the physics on there. Yep. Try whatever they want. Newtonium, copper, lead, gold, everything. I mean, not to get sick or anything. You know, everything gets actually tested with something that's living or whatever to prove what it could do to it. You have to do that. I don't give a fuck. So if somebody's going to pass, or you have someone volunteer, hey, would you want to volunteer to try this for humanity? Yes.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Well, take a drip of mercury like Newton did. Let's see what happens. Okay, you want to take a piece of silver? Okay, whatever. This is real science for humanity. Take a bite of this, don't, whatever. And we know what the elements do. We'd get a really good idea. And then we'd let kids do whatever they want with them. Give your results.
Yeah.
Whoever
So
gets the result, we add them. We
the
add the result.
serpent should say, "Would you like to try any of this apple and test it for humanity?" Instead of, "Come on, eat the apple. This is a real apple."
Right. Well, I mean, listen, if a person is in bad ways, like I'm getting ready to pass away tomorrow or 2 days and I know it, I should be your next science guy. If I'm going to pass and I know it anyway, and I like science or I like to find out, why not let this type of person go do it? You're not losing anything if they die. You're only gaining. Why hasn't a Make-A-Wish kid went to the moon yet? Why would Stephen Hawking be the only person to get the tool that can make everything speak English if you put it by its moving neck? You don't use it for bulls, ducks, dogs, cats, other humans. Stephen Hawking was the only one. Don't you think that's weird about Hollywood? Their technology only lasts for 32 days for one guy and then never lasted again.
Yeah.
Same as Warner Von Braun. The rocket lasted 32 seconds, never lasts again. You can't do it no more. It's Hollywood.
Yeah. 3 months later, you ask, "Can we have a look at that thing?" And they say, "Oh no, sorry, we had to
It's in
scrap
the
it."
museum. Doesn't exist no more, but it's in the museum. But they don't have the tech, but it's in the museum. It's in the fucking museum. Something they supposedly sent to the moon, but don't have the other part. And it's in the museum. The technology they don't have.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
sitting there in a fucking
we
museum.
recycled it when we landed.
So if I throw a frisbee and the frisbee comes back, I can't tell you I don't have the frisbee technology when I got it sitting in the fucking museum. That's the tech right there. What are
I
they
think
talking about?
sometimes you can tell people are lying after the fact because they give away a silly logic.
Yeah.
They didn't launch it. That's why it's still here. I think there was one with a faulty tank they didn't use, and they put it in the museum.
It's a cool story for
Nice
the
one.
one that it's the same one, brother.
They said
Nice one, Sheila.
they haven't got the shielding tech anymore.
listen.
That was the bit he's talking about. They recycled the shields and the evidence tape.
If you think gravity is escape velocity, you just go ahead and believe all that Einstein and Newtonian bullshit and Warner von Braun and all the other retards. If you're not smart enough to know that up ain't down and fucking gravity pulling you down to a center's not in orbit and dropping down at 9.8 meters a second per second, it's not escape velocity. It's the thing that's supposed to bring you to the dirt in the center core, not away from it and make you slingshot around that rock now and go to the moon. When have you ever dropped something or shot something at a rocket and started slingshotting around it? Show me when a bullet does that. The fuck out of here. And if you can't
Show
make
me
a
a bullet
bullet
with a
do it,
rocket
you didn't make
in
it.
gravity,
You
in
can't
space, in a
make
bucket.
something do it. Make another rocket
Show
do
me-
it. Go around something.
Show me a
3 times and
bullet
go
that's got its
somewhere.
own fucking source.
Stop
Bullets
telling
don't have their
stories.
own
Let's
energy
see the little
source.
rocket do it.
Bullets don't have their energy source.
Little rocket. Stop
Oh.
saying different words. Rocket around a ball, 40-foot ball. Let's see how you shoot it at it and it just grabs it like a mountain. Shoot it past the mountain. Shoot the rocket past that big shillelagh mountain. The one that holds the plum, pulls it this way. And let's see the rocket get pulled this way, the hot air balloon, everything that flies past that mountain should get pulled this way. The basket underneath with a weight in it, shouldn't it get held back? Let's see. Let's see it. Let's see what this gravity wall can do.
Next to the big planet.
You'd want to do
that's got-
everything but, wouldn't you? Any
right
real
next to the
science
big
person
planet.
would want to show and prove their claim, not do everything but or the opposite. Correct?
They just want to whistle past the Saturn V claim of it being false.
Whistle
Just like
past
there being
what?
one in the
Show me a
museum.
rocket on Earth do that. Show me a real rocket go around a ball when you shoot it or drop it past it. You're going to whistle past reality now. Watch.
A fucking missile, you dickhead.
Anything.
Are you really this stupid?
Drop any object. And no, you are, motherfucker. You believe dropping objects can fall around
A
balls.
fucking missile.
You're the
A
dumb fuck
fucking
that thinks
missile,
nothing can fall
dickhead.
around balls.
It still
A
powers
rocket,
when it takes off.
a missile doesn't
How
guide
dumb are
itself.
you?
It doesn't fly. It just falls. Shut up, stupid.
A
Show me
fucking
how a
missile.
falling fucking rock can
Have you
fly
never
around
seen a
balls.
missile?
Rock, ET. What does that mean? Rock with an ET. Rock, it. It's a rock. Drop your fucking rock. It's no different than your spent missile. And let's see it break fucking escape velocity. 9.8 meters a second per second. Let's see how it goes to space. Which rock can you drop to space? How big's it got to be?
Fucking hell. I can't believe this.
You can't believe that you lost all your fuel going up in the air and then they told you
I think you're so
that
fucking
an
dumb.
empty rocket is dropping into space
can't
and
mean
falling
this.
around a ball. I can't believe that either. You bought that shit?
So a rocket is made of rock.
Yeah, with
and a
no
rock
resistance
falls.
in space vacuum.
Oh
You
my
think
God, this is
space
priceless.
vacuum caught the rocket and stopped it, and then it rolled around the ball 3 times before it took off. That's what
Is
you
a
guys
rocket
were told
made
you
of rock?
believe. No,
Is a rocket made of
your
rock? I need
rocket
this
that
on
went to the
YouTube.
moon. They just dropped it. They dropped
It's
it
made of
somewhere
rock.
magical, and it didn't hit dirt and water, and it went
Is it
straight
made of
down,
rock though?
down past Australia, up, back, down, up, back, down, up to the moon.
A
That's what
rocket
they
made
explained
of
to you.
rock.
Where do you see this happening,
Wow.
weirdo? We want to know where you guys can demonstrate this shit and not just believe it. Anywhere other than TV.
It must be made of female rock because it's
Without a
it.
who cares
You know
what
what
your
the-
juice is made out of, weirdo? So you don't have
If
a
it's a
globe, and
rocket,
it must
it's
be
a-
all kinds of weird shit now, huh? Yeah, we
A
knew it.
rocket's a female rock. It's got to be a female rock because it's a rocket.
How is it not a rock?
No, it's a rocket. It's female.
What'd you make
It's
it
a
with?
female rock.
What you make it with? Heated up dirt
Well,
and
yeah,
ore?
when a
Yeah.
mummy
When
rock
a
and a
boy
daddy
rock
rock
and a mummy rock love each other
love
very
each
much.
other 3 months,
Yeah, you drop
they
them into
decide to
space,
get
don't you?
together and make a baby rock.
Oh, you mean like the sun gases in the vacuum?
If you bam
Helium and
bam enough,
hydrogen
you
suck
get
to love
pebbles,
each other?
right?
Like a
Oh,
sun, right?
beautiful.
The helium
Oh,
gas
I love it.
gets hugged real hard by hydrogen and it becomes more helium and then it lights up in a vacuum and they hump themselves and have a baby sun called Earth or a solar fart. You guys are onto something.
The
This little
vacuum, not a
gas out
vac
of
us.
nowhere had mass. It was such big mass, it didn't have a little piece nowhere. It just had a big piece.
It's a
Just like a
vacuum.
raindrop that separates itself from the rest of the rainwater that's supposed to come down as a big piece and be a ball of water hitting Earth. Gravity.
I
It's
think
a
you might
vacuum.
pronounce it
I think
incorrectly.
gravity broke when it won't let the water fall as one. Why isn't gravity bringing all the rain at
Doesn't
the
stop.
same
He won't let
time
you get in with a good line
at
because
the
he
same
knows
rate?
I've got a fucking pearler.
Why does a
I'm
raindrop
going to
fall
embarrass
faster
him
than
again.
another raindrop?
Can you imagine? How do you embarrass
Can you
Demo?
imagine gravity not working anymore and now you got little raindrops and not a big pool of water coming at you? Gravity
It's
didn't
a
hold that water
vacuum.
together, did it? It broke it apart before it got down. So let me see. You
It's a,
start as ice or
Maybe
water,
it's pronounced vacuum.
and then gravity says, "Okay, I'm going to grab you, big ball of something." But before I grab you and slam you into Earth, when you're only up 5 miles away from me in the air, floating, ice balls. Now I'm going to break you up and heat you up and break you into little pieces and split you
it's a
apart.
vacuum, not a vacuum.
Why
Okay?
does gravity split
Vacuum, Demo.
rain from itself?
He's such
Why
a
does
coward. He
gravity
won't
make
let
a
anyone
big
talk
thing
because he's
little
such a fucking
again?
coward. He knows
Why
I'm going
is
to take a
gravity
fucking
making a
piss out of
big
him.
puddle of
He
water,
knows he's going to
little
get a routine,
raindrops?
so he's just going to keep going on. I've got a routine ready for you. It's
So
a
why does
vacuum, Demo,
gravity
not a
not make
vacuum.
gravity a big ball? And now
Listen
why
to
did
him.
it
He
tear it
won't let
apart
me
from a
in.
big
He's
ball?
so desperate now. He can't let me have a
Why
word. It's
did
a
gravity? I
vacuum,
know you're
Demo, not a
desperate. That's all
vacuum.
you ever were,
Keep
clown.
going, Demo. Keep going. You got the
Come on,
power.
clown with
Keep
no
going.
answer.
You got the room. Everyone
Hey, clown,
believes
did I
you.
break
We
your
all
gravity?
idolise you.
This is what happens when you
I'm
break
going to be a
gravity.
Demok when I grow up.
This
What
guy
are you
is
going to be?
gravity.
I'm studying to be a Demok too.
Gravity is his heart.
I'm
If
at
you heard
Cambridge
gravity,
Demok
you
School. What
heard his
about you?
heart.
Oh, I'm going to Harvard University. That's my Demok
So
course.
why
Yes,
does
we all want to be
gravity
Demoks at
fall and
universities.
break itself from the big gravity mass that it
I'm
started
listening.
at?
He's still fucking
How could you
rattling.
ever get away from your massive water gravity and not bring it all to Earth as one gravity? Gravity, you have failed.
You
Harvard
convinced
or
me.
Cambridge
Gravity
gravity?
didn't make mass attract mass. It divided it from itself, you retarded motherfuckers.
You've
I
convinced
missed
me.
that, dude.
Demok. I'm floating now.
Teddy heard.
Why did gravity separate itself from itself? Why does it break water into drops now?
Because it's
Why
a
can't they go
vacuum, not
together
a
and be a big
vacuum.
mass? Show us the big
I've
mass
already.
of water like gravity making balls, big ball, all water, not little dots. Supposed to have
The
big
the other
dots.
big ball, the
Gravity
sun, causes
manifest, right?
evaporation that makes
How
clouds
big
that
is
breaks the water
water
apart.
that gravity has to control? How much water I need for gravity makes it into a ball?
Say it again.
That's a
How
good
much
question.
water does the gravity liar need to prove gravity's not real? Which one of you guys is gonna do it?
It's a vacuum, not a vacuum.
Which one of you is gonna go find a vacuum on Earth and use it?
No, it's you. You have to find the vacuum.
Why don't I do what? Use your claim? Yeah, that didn't
You
make any
find it's a
sense.
vacuum,
Just
not a
quit.
vacuum.
Stop making up stories about them then when they don't exist.
You
Weirdo.
just don't listen, do you?
I
You don't
don't
even know
have
when
to
someone's
listen. I
taking the
have
piss
to
out
see
of
your
you.
demonstration. You just don't demonstrate nothing, do you? Make believe. Fucking make believer of smarts. You're so make believe smart, aren't you?
Hey,
Do.
D-Mark, let's talk
Fucking
about the
make believe
CIA
clown.
and witchcraft again.
Make
That was
believe
really
clown.
cool.
I know,
You
but this
can't even
dude's a clown because he
probably.
doesn't even know how to bring gravity down. It makes him smile, and that's not a frown.
It's a
You can't
vacuum.
even help gravity work. Fucking idiot.
He just starts.
Go in the lab and
As soon
help
as he hears
gravity
a voice, he
stop.
starts
If it's doing
talking.
it, if it's doing it, why did it stop for you? You are anti-gravity. Thank you, retard.
Me.
Thank you. Go in the lab and make gravity not work. Scoot along.
Jumping up in the air debunks gravity somehow. But
Yeah.
landing back on the ground, I guess that's
No,
reproof.
get a third person view of you jumping from the bottom to the back to the ball and the top, the left and the right. I want all views of something going to a fucking ball to a center portion. You fucking idiot. The word down don't mean fuck all. Stupid fuck.
Hey,
You're supposed
Boom,
to have
that just
shit
means
going
we
from
need
all
to
directions to the center of an
face the
object. When have you seen something
James
go from the top,
or
the
Earth
bottom,
or
to
something.
the left and the right of a fucking object to the
It's the
object?
first
When
thing
have
in
you
the
seen
morning
this?
for him.
When have you seen everything in a 360 fucking radius go to a fucking ball in the center of it? You retarded fuck.
You tell us, Demo. Tell us now.
Yeah, that's your
We
word
need to
down. It
know.
don't mean down. It means
I've
every
seen balls
direction.
go up and down and
It means
left to
every
right and
direction.
around and around.
It means stuff going to its own self, rubbing its own nuts. It means this ball over
It
here
was
wants to
nuts,
rub this ball
actually.
over here, wants to touch that ball up there, wants to touch that ball down there, and they all come together. If that was true,
Yeah,
you'd have a
They
gravity
really-
drill bit.
that's pretty
You'd
much
just
what was
drop the
happening.
gravity drill bit and it would go right to the core, wouldn't it, stupid? Where's it at?
It
Where's
did
your
go to the
magical
core.
gravity
Yes.
controlled drill bit that won't stop going downity down down? Doesn't exist. They stop and he stop. You fucking
They get
retard.
warm from the
Yeah, cool
molten
story,
lava.
retard. Where at? How far do they dig in the dirt? How far do you dig in the dirt when gravity pulls you and you get warm? How warm are you right now from gravity squeezing you, you fucking retard?
Deepity deep.
Oh, about 30
So gravity's not squeezing
degrees.
you. So gravity's
Body
not squeezing
temperature?
you. How hot is gravity? You just said gravity makes stuff warm. Where'd you learn this? And how can you
48
demonstrate gravity
degrees.
makes ice warm?
Gravity is 48 degrees.
Well, how cold is your sun path?
33 degrees, you mean?
Well,
Ooh.
anybody got the globe sun path? The globe with the sun on it, showing from north to south. The sun's actual location on the ground, the GP of the sun. No Glober's
Yeah,
got that.
it's
If you ask
midday
Dan the
somewhere.
Waterman, he's got
Not
a
light,
flat Earth
not
model.
imaginary fucking light, shadow sprinkles, not snow popping up and down, you retard motherfuckers. A fucking little ball on there called the sun over who the fuck it's over at the time it's over them, globe people. Do we have the little globe one handy?
No, but we've got flat
No,
Earth
you
ones.
don't? Oh,
They're really
time to go
cool.
back to globe school.
They don't match reality, but you
Move
know.
along, nothing burgers. What? Don't match your reality? Sad for you, excuse makers. Learn how to make a fucking globe, weirdos. You know they're all scaled down versions of themselves, right? They're automatically 360. The fuck? How retarded can you? What else do you guys need?
Actually,
Fucking idiots.
there was
You
a
fucking
link
dummies
earlier
got fucking handed every
of
ball. That's a given.
somebody.
You fucking
I don't
weird
know, a
son of a
map
bitch.
would be good.
You guys don't believe that a ball is automatically a scaled down ball. You guys are fucking retarded. Why don't you believe every ball is
Because
a
the
scaled
mass
up or down version of a ball?
reduces.
Every cube is a scaled down version or a scaled up version of itself, is it not, you retards?
Well
So is a
done,
ball.
Einstein.
So get in the lab and show us what a ball does with a scale on it spinning and a Foucault's pendulum, and then get your stationary flat plane next to it. Let's take a look at both of them and see which one matches reality.
Why?
And
Science
when you
doesn't
come
prove
outside
anything.
and they only match flat Earth, why are you going to make excuses? Why are you going to
there's
call
an
everything a
issue
liar?
with your
Because you can't give
experiment.
me a map for flat Earth that
No
works
scales
where I live.
working on a globe. Get it
So,
out.
you
Show
know,
us. You don't
slight
have this.
problem.
You don't have a globe model.
You
You
don't
have
have
no
maps.
reference for a globe. A globe model would be a reference. Show us your reference for what scales and stuff does on real balls, not on our
Show me
flat Earth.
yours first. Well,
Not
you
on
don't
our
have a
flat
map
Earth,
that
guys.
works.
No, a real one in a lab. Let's see what they do. We know none of you know.
Guys.
You should have learned this from day one. No ball class. No ball reference.
The issue is, Demon, like
You guys are teaching
any
imagine.
small little balls you put near
Imagine.
Earth will be
Imagine
influenced by
nothing.
the bigger
Just
ball.
imagine you're smart now. Imagine you're
Cool.
smart because you said that. Imagine you made any sense, weirdo. Imagine you
Yeah.
had a real ball in your hand and you didn't have to fucking imagine anymore. Wouldn't that be great, doodaloops?
Imagine you
Yeah,
could come
so
up with a flat Earth
Imagine you
map.
retarded motherfuckers could take for reality
that's
for what
okay.
it is and be real physics.
We put a little ball next to a bigger ball in the
Any ones
Cavendish
you want,
experiment
they're all
and showed
supposed to
that.
start doing stuff
Yeah.
according to you. microscopic
Whatever
dot.
we're calling gravity
Earth.
is actually happening.
Sand grain Earth compared to all the other dots and fucking shit in space that ain't hurting nothing. There's more mass on the other side of Earth than there is of Earth. How the fuck would anything pull a little dot fucking space Earth? Doodloops. That's like a grain of sand, God. You picked up a grain of sand,
We
that's
get
your globe.
meteorites
Then you have big
sometimes.
dirt rocks everywhere.
We get asteroid
So
impacts
how does
sometimes.
this fucking grain of sand, small Earth, get gravity? It's too little. It ain't big. It's a dot, nothing burger.
It's got more mass than a grain of
Cool
sand.
story. So show us the grain of sand that mimics it. Surely you can. That grain of sand is going to mimic your Earth in space, you dumb bitch. Show us.
Yeah.
Infinitely big boy. Show us your God's eye view of your fucking grain of sand Earth. How it's going to hold air and water.
Right. So what we're going to have to do
So
for
what?
this experiment, DMOC, is to
Not
get a
touch a
rocket
ball
with
and not
our
do anything
model
real. What you're going to do is
ball
imagine, right?
and launch it far away from the
No,
influence
we're
of
going
the
to get
big
a ball
Earth.
to see what a ball
So we
does. We're
can't
not testing
do our
rockets.
experiment close
We're
to the
not
big ball.
experimenting on
We'll have to
launches,
make
you
some
weird bitch.
distance away.
We're trying to find out what balls do.
Yeah, you can't do
How
it
would
near
you ever know
Earth
what a
because
ball does?
the Earth
We're
is
not doing 4th of
influencing
July stuff, weirdo.
the test.
Shut up,
Yeah.
little kid. Little kid, listen. I don't know how you guys made it past 1st grade. We're going to see what balls do today, kids. Everybody, don't come to class. Just shut the fuck up. Don't come to my class if you don't know
Now
what a
with
ball
extra
does.
broken, new model Democ. This
Ball
one's more
reference.
broken than any other Democ we've ever had. Yes,
Ball
boggles am I.
reference, please. Do any Globers know what a ball does? Do they have a reference? And then they have their stationary reference.
A couple of balls we can reference.
We'll need
We
a
can reference the
stationary and a
moon.
ball.
We can
Your guys'
reference
claim is you know it
Jupiter.
all. We'll need
reference
both
Mars.
fucking references. We'll need the
We can reference the
stationary thing,
sun.
and we'll need the
We can
spinning
reference
ball.
Betelgeuse, which
So
is
let's go
another
take a
star.
look at our spinning thing and our stationary thing in a lab. Let's do it. Let's see which one matches reality. No excuses, cunts. Remember, no lying bitches allowed in our lab. No what ifs, only what is.
Now with extra broken,
Now
new
we're
model
talking,
Democ.
dude. Now Doodaloo speaks up without a ball yet again. How many years does it take for you, retard? You get a
Extra
ball
broken
out of your
Democ.
circus yet? They allow balls in your circus yet? Glober? No. Can't touch balls in the Globe Circus. It's fucking weird.
All right.
Can't have a ball.
Anyone
Get on
else want to have a
balls.
sensible conversation?
Nah, it's not going to happen now.
Well, I'll just lower DMOC down because my ears are
Just lower
bleeding.
Mock because there's no ball science, no ball physics, and not one Glober has a reference for a real ball. Only what if Earth is. Right, boys? Only what if math is. What if something is a ball? And what if it does this? Who's right? How's your what if? How can you prove your what if? Smart guys. This should be the only thing you're talking about here. It's your fucking reality. Science gets to direct and cause your reality and cause you more money for the technology that's shit and fucking worthless and costs more of your life than anything. It's supposed to be less and less work. It's all went backwards. It's all backfired.
Anyone use GPS here? Navigate by GPS lately?
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
I think some
Show me the
planes do
GPS
too.
of the sun, weirdo. That's what started this, and you can't. Anybody know where
Still
the
going,
sun's at
dude.
lately?
Even though no one's
On a
listening, you
ball?
must be ranting,
Can you
maybe.
point to where the sun's at on a ball with a fingertip? No? Shut the fuck up. The GP is the sun. Crackly Mike. Crackler. Sparkler Mike, who every time you key up and off, everybody should make their own personal noise.
So, do you use the global positioning system when you navigate via your
No, there's no
phone?
such thing. You don't know what a globe is. You won't show us. You wouldn't
All
even
right.
have a clue.
What's
You don't have a
GPS?
clue what a globe means. Stop saying the word.
What's
Globe.
GPS?
You don't know what one is. Stop saying GPS, weirdo. We want to know what a globe is. Just the first
It's
part,
what
little
the
guy,
G
smart
stands
guy.
for in GPS.
So what? You don't know now?
It's kind of round.
I don't know.
Like,
Where's it
like
at?
a planet.
Where's the G at? Show us what it looks like. You weird fuck.
Look, the
Now you're
G.
stuttering.
Are you looking for the Earth's G
We're looking
spot?
for the globe in your hand with the GP, your fingertip. Your fingertip will show us the GP just fine, weird fuck. God's eye view, GP boy. Where's the sun
If
at?
you aim for the magnetic
We're
core, you
aiming
hit
for
the
where the
Earth's
sun's
clitoris.
over.
Yeah.
Where is the sun over? You don't know it. Just stop saying words that you have nothing to fucking. Dude, if you can't get a ball, stop saying other shit that's more complex like magnetics, you dumb fuck. You weird ass son of a bitch. Now you're gonna make more what ifs and claims. You can't even back a fucking ball. A 3D
The Earth
real object.
has a magnetic field.
Why
This
is
is
the
how
object
compasses
smarter than you?
work.
Why does a 3D ball outsmart you guys who think you are the ball smart guys?
Well, there's a lot to figure out about the globe. It's got a lot of evidence that we're still looking into,
How
but
do
a
you
lot of
figure out a
evidence we've
ball?
already
How do
kind
you
of
figure
measured.
out what a ball does?
Oh, well, you start measuring it for one,
No,
and you
how do you
figure out
figure
that
out what
the
a ball
equator
does?
is
I'm
larger
asking
than
again.
both the Tropic of
How do you
Cancer and
figure
the
out what a
Tropic of
ball does?
Capricorn.
So when you go get balls, you measure them. You go get the beach ball, you start measuring it first, and you go get the cue
Yeah,
ball, you measure it.
yeah.
So when you
If
get
I
a
want
ball
a
in your hand,
14,
how do you know they're balls? I'm asking you a really simple fucking first grade kindergarten question. I know you guys don't like these because they're way beyond your fucking pay grade, but how do you know what a ball is, kindergartner?
well, they're kind of round. They have a radius. They're kind
Are
of
they all the same roundness?
us. Not always. No, there are cricket balls, softballs, soccer balls,
No,
yoga
we're
Football's
talking
balls.
not
about
round.
a ball, a sphere,
A
man.
football?
All spheres are spheres, right? I didn't say
I guess
man-made
it's a really,
physics sphere,
really
though.
oblate spheroid,
I
that
didn't say
NFL one.
footballs, did I? Did I say we're talking about a football? Did I say cricket? No, I said a globe, a ball, a sphere. Thing that's supposed to be more perfect than a cue ball, retard. Stay on topic. Now,
There's a difference between a
now,
globe
what
and
do
a
they do
sphere.
with
The
scales on them
globe
when
has
they spin?
texture
You
like
wouldn't know the
Mount
difference, weird
Everest.
fuck. What's the difference from a little ball to a big ball when you put a scale on it? How do they act different?
Okay,
How's the
one
scale going to act
ball
different
has
on the
a
big
lot of
ball and a little
mass,
ball?
and the
I
bowling
bet
ball
you
has
money it's
less
not going
mass
to act
than the
different.
Earth.
I bet you money the scale won't be different on a bigger ball or a little ball, thus debunking your retarded fucking claim of
Well,
anything to do with balls and scales and gravity.
that's going to be a bet you're going to
And pendulums
lose.
don't work. Yeah, we know you not doing nothing. It's going to be hard. It's going to be even harder now, hon, that you don't have to do nothing. You're going to say, well, I've got an excuse for you so I can still get my check, Democ. Do I still get paid, sir? Paid for what? You didn't produce the ball yet with a scale on it. Well, there's going to be a problem. Well, there's going to be a problem with you getting a fucking job, too. What you need to do is prove what
The
balls do with
ball
scales
is going
on
to
them.
be affected
Your
by the big
job
Earth.
is
I'm really
only
close to this
proving what a
big Earth at
ball
the
does,
moment.
guys.
It's
Which one
really
of you are brave
influencing
enough?
my other
Are
balls.
you brave enough to be truthful? You lying cunt? What does a ball do with a scale on it? Please be brave. Be brave, little
Okay,
science
yeah.
guy. It's for
It,
science, dude. Don't worry that you
it,
get beheaded by the Globers when you tell the
like the
truth.
scales, the
A
smaller ball will
ball,
be
whatever ball
attracted
you
to the
use, is
big
scaled
ball
down.
called Earth.
No ball is going to act any different than any other
So
ball
you
you got,
asked a
son.
question
It
and then you
doesn't
interrupted
matter
the
what
answer.
scale, all balls act the same. You got to show one that acts different. You got to show the little balls acting different than the little balls somewhere to say that one ball bigger than another ball is going to act different. You don't have that. You're making that claim. Globers make
Well,
the claim
it
that
happens
one
with
ball
the
gets a millionth of an
different
inch
half and
bigger
half
and all of a sudden
experiments.
everything sticks to it, right? Now stuff's going to orbit this one and not that one, right? Show us where you learned that with which ball.
You're boring me. Bye bye.
Yeah, so yeah, you're boring me that you guys didn't ever learn this in class. Should have been the first thing of ball retard.
Now he will just talk to himself.
No, that's what you guys did to believe in a ball because you don't have any physics to back it. Isn't that sad? You have no ball
I'm
reference.
going to go to a different chat room. Anyone
I
wants
would
to
too.
actually have a sensible conversation can go there.
Yeah, go talk to yourself, loser.
Yeah, it gets to that point. Hey, Democ, people are going to start leaving unless you learn how to shut the fuck up. See ya.
People shouldn't even join the fucking room without a ball in their hand. They don't even know anything about balls. We should all be back in the 1600s right now with balls in the lab. Newton, show us what your ball does.
I've explained this to you before, Demok.
Without a ball? No, you haven't. You made up stories, liar.
The issue with the ball is that a ball by itself doesn't produce enough gravity to create the behavior that we see from something Earth-sized.
You mean there's no such thing and you're just making shit up, Harry Potter?
No. We can test.
Yeah, we know
We can
Jesus is
actually
real.
test this.
Yep, your Jesus ball
and
just ain't
for
big
all world.
enough. Yeah, but no.
I've explained it to you.
No, you gotta believe
So, Demok,
us.
you gotta let other people talk.
Believe.
Are you gonna let other people talk?
Are you gonna let us believe? Are you gonna believe?
Yes or no? Are you gonna let other people talk?
Frustrating that you guys just believe fucking
I'm
preachers and books.
I'm sure you're frustrated. Yes,
I'm sure this book frustrated
but
you. You
have to
can't
let
touch
other
a
people
ball.
talk.
I'm sure it makes you mad you can't touch balls.
If you're not able to,
You're not able to
do
do
it,
ball physics
you know what's going
or
to happen.
learn about a ball.
You know what's
You
going to
won't
happen.
learn about a ball.
We
You
know
won't be a
about
part of
balls.
physics.
We also
You
know
won't be a
about
part of
gravity.
science. You won't be a part of truth.
Well, Demok, you left me no choice. You knew it was happening, and you decided to, to do it.
Welcome back, Omni. How's life?
Hey, I wanted to see if I could get science of one big pond, science of compliance, to debate, to discuss gravity, but I'm guessing he won't do it.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he doesn't believe in it, but
24/7 or something?
he does. He is a 24/7 guy, but I mean,
He just wanted to rant. He wasn't really letting anyone talk.
Yeah.
I think he got triggered because I was talking about satanic governments. He was like, "Oh, Dawn's nearly made it, but he's not a flat earther," so I'm annoyed.
Yes.
That was actually a half decent convo about the CIA Ridgecraft stuff, and then it just divulged into Demok's ball obsession. Yeah.
Evolve, not evolve.
I was preaching a bit because Bull Knight was just in denial, so I started preaching.
Well, that is certainly a lot of information you have about the various symbolisms. I'll give you that.
Demok adding in that it's mostly CIA is a good point, I think.
Omnivore can neither confirm or deny it's CIA.
well, I can't. That's correct. But if I did, I would say that I was in the arcane division.
Tried to convince Omni of all of this before, and he won't accept any of my evidence.
Yeah, I don't think that the evidence that you're referring to draws a convincing conclusion. But that's fine.
Yeah, I was sort of making a funny point that we don't have enough to make a conclusion on Epstein.
Okay, well, I mean, and that's fine. I don't, I'm only going to go a limited way in, simping for the government. I'm not going to, to go deeply into trying to defend all of that crap. I posted a white paper in the chat 55 minutes past the hour. Well, the last hour. And it's Cavendish in a vacuum. It's one of the best experiments that's been done for testing gravitic attraction. Schultze, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are white papers only created by white people?
What's that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't catch that.
It's racist. White paper.
Oh. Well, you could just invert the colors on your monitor, and it would be a black paper.
I would imagine the chances of those people are white, so it could well be.
Not really. I believe they were Italian, so by 1900 standards, they would not have been considered white people.
I just noticed how white Terence Tao is, but yeah, no, I don't think so.
They would have been considered swarthy.
Do you know why they're so dark in the south?
Because the Moors did so much fucking with the Sicilian women, they changed the bloodline forever.
All right. I don't know who the people who did it were, so I cannot speak to any ethnicity or skin tone.
Can I just check, Omni? You're saying in a vacuum? Well, no, I'm assuming in the vacuum in this paper they say the balls still attract the balls and it's all good.
Yes. Yep. They have Faraday shielding. They have vacuum. They have everything's grounded. I mean, you know, yeah. Go
Is
ahead.
that in a perfect vacuum?
It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's, you know, quite a good vacuum.
Isn't it? Wouldn't it be a flawed experiment if you can't get it to be perfect vacuum?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, what's your theory? The reason they do it in a vacuum is because if your theory is that there's like air currents or something or pressure gradients affecting it, having a vacuum takes care of all that. You don't have any wind. You don't have any air currents. If people are moving outside of the chamber, it won't reach the spheres.
But if you're still guesstimating, because if you can't make that a full vacuum, then you're guessing.
Nope.
Because you don't know what. If you
No.
you can't make the conclusion if you haven't got a perfect vacuum. What?
Yes, you can. Sure, you can. What's your theory of air?
How?
What's your theory of air pressure being responsible for horizontal attraction?
It doesn't matter. I'm just talking about.
I know you don't have one.
If you haven't got a perfect vacuum, you can't talk about being in a vacuum because it's not a perfect vacuum.
Oh, sure you can.
It means nothing.
No, it doesn't mean nothing.
Look.
Yeah.
You
can look up. Look, it's very clear that what you're doing is you're desperate to find some reason to disqualify the experiment, and so you're hitting on, well, it wasn't a perfect vacuum. But the fact is, you don't need a perfect vacuum. You don't have any theory of attraction for these objects.
It's like me shutting you in a room and leaving the door open and saying, "Yeah, you're in a locked room." That's not true.
No. No, it's not misuse of the word.
Yeah, it is.
That's what vacuum means in science. Just an area of lower pressure, yeah.
You imagine if some flat Earth guy said, "Yeah, we got a vacuum."
Yeah.
You'd be crying that it's not a perfect vacuum.
No, I wouldn't.
You would.
Oh my god, no.
No, I mean so we all agree that there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Space isn't a perfect vacuum.
How do you know?
Because we know what the density.
What's the thing you tested it against? Where's the perfect vacuum you've tested it against?
There isn't a perfect vacuum.
Oh, no.
So how do you know?
Because the definition of a perfect vacuum would be a space with absolutely no atoms or molecules of gas.
How do you know?
because that would be the
You're
definition.
guessing.
That would be
You're
the definition. No. So see, listen carefully. That would be the definition of an ideal vacuum. All right. I'm going
How
to say
do
it
you know
again.
if you're not?
I'm going to say it
tested
again and I'll say it slowly so you can hear it. We
That's
have
okay.
a
I'll say it
definition.
again so you can understand it.
Yeah, we have a definition of an
Where's
ideal
the
vacuum.
vacuum you've tested against to know that
We
what
don't.
you're saying is
You
correct?
just
You
interrupted
haven't.
the answer.
I didn't have to hear the answer because I just know you're
And
bullshitting.
with your mouth full, you rude bastard.
Shut up, you six-fingered weirdo.
Yeah, I mean the fact is, yeah, this is a dumb hill to die on. So let's see.
If you knew where he lived, you'd laugh even harder.
If I what?
If you knew where he lived, you'd laugh
You're
even
being
harder.
racist.
But
People
Slitsy,
say,
that's for both hands.
what an idiot.
That's why when you go into where Dawn lives, you go, wave.
With a mouthful.
So the cool thing about the pressures is that you can graph them, and you can reduce it and reduce it. It's like sort of cutting something in half and then half again. You won't reach absolute zero unless there's like nothing around it. Like even the presence of Earth alone means space isn't a perfect vacuum because something exists here.
And there I was thinking you was going to say the cool thing about having 6 fingers is you can count to 12.
There we go. Look, you're talking about people from Norfolk being inbred, but you're the one with your mouth talking with your mouth full.
I know. How rude.
I'm obviously better brought up than you from wherever shit place you come from.
London.
Yeah.
Are you eating out of a trough by any chance?
Yeah.
London.
I've been to London.
Well, I'm sure you'd rather go to London than some bumpkin area in the countryside.
Let me
Also
just
in the
use,
countryside. I went to Leeds and.
let me mention the real weapon that we have, Sitchy, just so that you know that you're
No, don't. Please don't.
underarmed.
Yeah, don't.
Balls attracting balls with no air pressure involved.
The only thing what comes from Norwich is hold on.
You hear that, mate?
Hold on.
Balls attracting balls in
Hold
the
on. I've got
scientific
some here.
conditions.
Oh look, Commons mustard.
I know he heard.
Let's be having you.
I made my point.
What's her name?
This coming from a person who can't read a theodolite manual to figure out how far they can use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Well, it's not that he couldn't read it to figure it out. It's that when he read it and it didn't tell him, he just had to make up stuff.
Listen, what are you doing? I don't need for you to tell me that I don't understand. I think you do understand, but you've manipulated it in a way to try to, validate your claims. And you don't care. As long as it validates your claims, yeah.
No, I think it would actually find out either way. I think the way that they're doing geodetic surveying would actually reveal the shape, no matter what it was, concave, flat, or otherwise.
No.
Yeah, it would.
I listen. The only tool that you've had in your hands is your boyfriend, for sure. So when you're talking about, I don't understand, I don't think you even understand yourself. I asked you this question the other day. I asked you this question the other day, and you clearly didn't understand.
Yeah, the thing is, we've got it without a vacuum as well, so that isn't a good point, is it?
So so if you've got it without a vacuum, why have you got to make the claim that in a vacuum?
It's extra science.
What science? Who's
What
science?
It's to eliminate the influence of other things that like denialists like you claim could affect the experiment. So we
Brian,
remove as much as
Brian, you're making a
so we
claim like that.
remove
I haven't denied
as much
anything.
as we can.
I haven't denied anything yet.
So we can remove as much as we can from influencing the experiment.
I know it's hard for you to talk.
Sorry. The middle of my
hard for you
sentence
to use your
interrupted the
brain to
beginning of
stop
yours.
talking.
No, you're getting wrecked, Lucy.
Look, it's hard to use the brain to stop talking, but you're just waffling.
But you're not
You're
listening,
waffling.
and you're
waffling.
interrupting the answer.
But
Oh,
now
he
I've
did.
got to listen
He
to
heard
you.
and then interrupted.
Now I've got to listen to you.
Yeah. Would you like me to repeat myself and be quick about it?
No.
Okay,
I'd
so
rather
I'm going to do
I
it
mean,
anyway.
you won that point, not me.
I'd rather you shut up. What you've got to say is not really appealing to anyone except your friends.
His real part of his brain knows balls attract balls in a vacuum and not in a vacuum, and his ego will have to deal with that spiritually later.
What are you going on about, Dawn?
And the fact that the
Your
theolite can see something 60 miles away will reveal what kind of planet we live on, regardless if it's concave, flat, or a globe. So it's a good method. You should try it sometime.
No, I'd rather not.
Well, the flat Earth mantra is often do your own
I'm not a
research.
flat Earth. I'm not flat Earth. Sorry.
You are.
Okay.
I'm a glober. I'm a glober.
No, you're not.
I'm a glober. I'm a glober, but I don't believe in your nonsense.
What can you tell me about the globe, Schlitz?
It's impossible.
Well, show me it, and I'll tell you about it.
Well, you're a glober. You should know.
Well, I don't. Did I not make myself clear? I'm a glober, but I don't.
You made yourself contradictory liar.
No, I'm a glober, but I don't believe in the nonsense. So if you can show me your model
What shape
with
is
your
Earth?
bottom measured.
Let's see. What shape is Earth?
Well, they said it's a oblate spheroid, but maybe that's maybe you're confused. Maybe you're confused.
What shape do you think it is?
I don't know.
So you're not a glober?
Yeah.
No.
But I don't believe in your nonsense. So if I don't believe in your nonsense,
that's the globe.
You're saying it's this.
So you don't know that. You're not one.
I have to then interpret whatever you're saying is not to be true. So when you're saying what shape does anything have to be? What shape? What shape is a bottle?
But if you're a glober,
what shape is a bottle?
What shape is a bottle? Earth, if you're talking about the Earth and you're a glober, what does that mean without nonsense, Slits?
I don't believe your nonsense.
Yeah, that's true. But what's the things that you understand to be not nonsense that makes you? Yeah.
Show me something convincing. Maybe you can restore my faith in what you think is.
You're not a glober, then. That's the point.
No, because I don't believe anything you say about
there you go.
This and that. It's all about faith.
We proved you lied.
It's not about lying.
You just admitted it.
It's not about. If you had some concrete evidence, irrefutable, then I could believe that. But you don't.
But Slits, if you say you're a glober, can you tell us what's sensible about your position as a glober?
Yeah, not believing your lies.
He said he's not a glober now.
Yeah.
Not believing your lies.
But I'm asking about your truth. What's your truth? Yeah. What do you understand about the globe?
Well, I will reject everything unless you've got irrefutable proof, and you don't have that.
Well, yeah, of course, irrefutable
he
proof.
Said
right?
He doesn't know us a globe, and he's also said no.
You don't have irrefutable
I don't
proof.
believe it.
You don't have irrefutable proof. You only have assumptions, calculations, or a calculation. When you say everything's been measured and you've got a calculation, that's not a measurement. A calculation isn't a measurement.
But Slits, I asked what you had. Like, forget.
No, but listen. Tell me, is a calculation a measurement? Yes or no?
But you're
Yes.
avoiding the question.
Irrelevant.
No,
Like,
it isn't
you said
irrelevant.
you're
It's a
a
very
glober,
important question.
And
So
so, what
someone
do you
answered yes. Who
understand
said
the
yes?
evidence for
Your
that to
questions
be?
are important.
Who said
The
yes?
calculation is based on measurements. Like when you measure
Yeah.
the square footage of your
So
apartment.
I'll ask the question again, Omni, because I think you're an intelligent man and you can understand if I ask you the question
Need to
again.
avoid his question.
Is a calculation a measurement?
It's not a measurement, no.
Okay,
However,
thank
it
you.
is based on measurement. So what's the issue? There is no
So
issue.
it's an assumption.
No, it's not. No.
It
So
is.
when you measure your square footage of the living room, length and width, and you calculate length times width, are you making an assumption about the square footage of your living room?
No, because you could easily check that.
All right,
So
right. Yeah. No, you're just making an assumption.
That's something that I could take a tape measure.
He didn't even hear your first point.
What you can't do.
Sure I can.
No, listen. You cannot predict. Oh, the moon is 93 zillion miles away. Where you got the physical measurement for that? You can only make a prediction. And I think that's important to understand why that's not.
It turns out it's actually not important.
It isn't. It's very important because you're making assumptions and you're dressing them up like facts.
He told you it wasn't an assumption. He told you it's based on measurements.
It's not a measurement, though, is it?
We've
just had the question.
You agreed it's a good idea.
Is the calculation a measurement? No, it isn't.
Calculation is a good idea.
No.
You did.
Well, look, calculation.
The size of your room.
Yeah, but I can measure that. I can measure that physically. You can't measure what you're claiming physically. That's the difference.
So we agree that it's a valid technique in some cases. Just in other cases, you just don't like it. Yeah.
No. What I can say, unless you do the measurement physically, not extrapolate, not, times it by, so you're said, whatever number you want to come up with. As long as you can physically measure it.
No one is doing any of that. That's a belief that flat earthers have.
Yes, that's what they're
just making it up. Yeah, of course.
No, look, it's a belief. Someone's told you something and you believe it.
No.
Yeah, but
come on, Omni. Did you? Right, look, let me ask you a question. Stop it, Blake. I don't want to speak to you.
No.
Omni, I'm speaking to Omni. No. You hear me clearly address Omni.
Yeah, and I've addressed you clearly.
I don't care about you. Why are you trying to cut Omni off?
I don't care about you avoiding my
rude
question.
to the host. Don't be rude to the host, please.
I'm not being. I don't think I'm.
Okay, then. So, be quiet. Let me ask Omni the question.
You're not in control of who being quiet. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, Slits, you say you're a global.
Oh, I'm not listening.
To be true,
I'm not listening to you now. So you didn't let me ask Omni the question. So why would I listen to you?
You've been avoiding the question for the last 15 minutes.
Any question, but I don't understand how you think you've got the audacity to ask me something when you clearly just cut the host of the show off.
If Omni feels like I cut him off,
you did.
He can let me know. I haven't heard anything from Omni.
I'm okay with that.
Let the silence soothe the soul.
I mean, so the idea that doing measurements and then checking them against other measurements or doing a calculation using them is in no way a problem. You admit this when you say that that's how you calculate square feet. You know it's okay.
Calculate what?
What's that?
Calculate what?
Square feet, the square footage of your living room.
Well, I can. Right, look, I've got my room. I can make the calculation, and then I can cross-reference it because I can physically measure it, Omni, and that's the difference.
But
so if I didn't cross-reference I have to take the faith that I did it correct, even though
Different to
I
what?
could have actually been wrong.
Different to what?
Oh, if you don't know, say like you made a mistake in the calculation, then you'll believe in something that isn't true. And
So-
this is the difference. I got a room here. It's massive. You can most probably hear the echo. It's massive room, yeah. And in this room, I could do a calculation to get the floor space, but at the same time, if I wasn't sure, because it's an odd-shaped room, and I want to know if I'd made the calculation correct, I could go over the room and cross-reference everything.
How would you measure square feet in an oddly shaped room? How would you do it?
I would take the square of the room. I would make the square, and then what I would do is the odd bits. I would measure them, and then I would put that on a graph, and maybe make it into a square and take off the things. I'd put it on a graphed paper and then take off the little bits and pieces.
So let's say part of the room is a curve.
Well, it is. It's a bay window.
Yeah. So
I've got a bay window, and it's like
your method would not work. You would have to guess at how to take things off.
No, because I know how to calculate that.
We're calculating.
No,
yeah. Okay.
What I mean to say, I can measure the circumference of it and the angle. So I've got a device where I can make the angle, so I know the angle, so I can.
You've got a device that measures it.
Yeah.
And it uses angles.
Yeah, it's a bevel. It's called a bevel.
Oh, there you go. I mean, so you're just guessing. It's just a story you're telling. If it's not just a story you're telling, okay. It's okay when you do it, but it's not okay when somebody else does it.
It's 100% because I would make that into a square. I would make that into a square, yeah. Then take off the corners to make it into that shape, and I would have that measurement, and then I could cross-reference it with my measurements, and I could scale down those measurements and put them on my graph to make sure that I've calculated that correct.
Right, you'd have to calculate. Yeah.
Yes, but what I could do is physically cross-reference it. And you can't do that.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Look, Omni, it's not about me being right and you're wrong. It's about just the fact. The fact is, I can go in this room and measure the floor space of this room. The odd bit, I could cut this off, put it onto a graph, get my angles, and then calculate from the angles. Yeah, that's physically, I can calculate it. But then I can physically, measure it. Physically measure it.
Well, you're not physically measuring the square feet.
Yes, I would physically measure.
You're not physically. Okay. Well,
hold on. Let me say it like this. To make the shape, to put it on the paper, I'd have to physically measure it. I couldn't just put it a shape on a piece of paper. That's going to be stupid. So what I would do, I would measure it. Yeah, I would measure that
with your bevel, with the radius, right?
No, not a bevel. I was just the angles. Imbecile. Yeah. Obviously, you've never worked in construction.
No, you mentioned measuring an angle.
No, I don't care what I said. I said a bevel is to make angles. You imbecile. You clearly do not know what a bevel is. What is a bevel? Tell me what a bevel is. I'll be sitting here waiting. Yeah. If you say I don't know, I appreciate your integrity.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Big Mouth.
Okay.
So a bevel is a tool that has a hinge in it that can.
You're googling it. You're googling it.
No. I'm going off memory.
What does it look like? And tell me exactly what it looks like. Tell me what it looks like right now.
So the bevel that I've used before has like a wing nut in it attached to a metal handle, and attached to that wing nut is a metal edge, would say a chamfer on it, and loosening or tightening that bevel will give me an internal angle that I can take to a protractor later.
Okay, so why would you say that I'm trying to measure something with a bevel? A bevel don't take measurements, it just gives you an angle.
Because you said you're measuring an angle with it.
Yeah, because the fucking bay window's got angles, imbecile.
What the fuck, bro? That's still called measuring.
No, it isn't. Yeah, exactly. Measure, but you don't measure anything because it ain't got no fucking measurements on it.
You don't even know what measure means. Your whole
Listen,
conception of the conversation is
imbecile.
totally
Listen,
wrong.
Dawn, a bevel don't have a fucking measurements on it. It has got no measurements. It's just a fucking piece of metal, yeah? How imbecile described it. Yeah, so there's no measurement. So how can you have a bevel and measure it? Maybe you have a 8-inch. Maybe you have an 8-inch bevel, and you could say like, "Oh, I measured a bevel," but you can't be accurate because like the round bit, you're never really going to get.
Let me say my main point.
What's that? Bullshit.
There are men on this earth that can.
You've got 6 fingers. How can I trust anything you say?
Wait! You can't just talk over me. There's men on
you've
this
got 6
earth.
fingers.
There's men on this earth that can measure Earth better than you can measure any hypothetical room.
Oh my god!
Whether you like it or not.
Listen, your claim is there's people on Earth who's measured things. That's not true because you haven't seen these people do anything, any measurements.
The issue is, Slitsy, I know what a protractor is, and I know what a bevel is. So I do know
who
what
said
the
anything
measurement
about.
of the angle
So now you
is.
want to talk about protractor?
Yeah, that's how.
But what we're talking about a measure in a room physically. Now you want to talk about some other nonsense about a protractor.
It's nonsense. It's like what
No,
the
but who
angle of the
mentioned
bevel
protractor?
is.
When did we change the topic?
No, that's you can get the internal or external angle of the bevel by getting the angular measurement in degrees using the protractor.
Okay. With that said, can you measure with the bevel alone? Could you be guessing? No, because it's got no. It's got no measure. The bevel don't have measurements on it. So if you took the angle of the corner and you had to make it, you'd have to make an estimate or a guess. It's obvious.
It's a protractor to measure the angle of the.
But you
bevel.
haven't got the protractor attached to the bevel. So if you take the angle with the bevel, if you take the angle with the bevel, what does it tell you? This gives you the angle. It doesn't tell you what the angle is. So stop pretending. You know. You then have to take the projector to find out the angle at what the thing is saying. It doesn't measure anything. A bevel doesn't measure anything. It just gives you the angle. And then you'd have to find that angle out. Not that you need to find it out, because if you was laying on the floor, you would just cut that angle.
A bevel that has one built into it. There are bevels with angle measurements on them.
Bevels don't have angles on them, unless you've invented one. I don't think they exist, but I could be wrong because the globe could have made one. That's for sure. But I don't think so. I've used the bevel for God. I don't even want to say, but I've never seen one with a fucking angle.
So you can transfer the angle of the bevel to a protractor.
Oh, now you can transfer it. You can transfer it now, yeah?
Well, you can literally overlay.
But you now can transfer it, so the bevel don't have them, factored into the production of bevels.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But either way, would you like to Google one?
I don't want to Google one.
Oh no!
In all my years of carpentry, I've never ever seen a bevel with angles on it.
So you can get a digital angle finder. They're very similar to
finder. It's an angle grinder, isn't it?
Yeah, the key word there is finder. It's a bevel finder. You can measure bevels with them. If you wonder what the angle of that bevel is, you can then transfer it to, like you said, a protractor and get the angle of something.
The ankle. Did you say the angle or the ankle?
Angle, bro.
So, ankle finder.
Angle finder. Yes. A-N. Yeah, you know how to spell angle. Don't play word games.
I'm not playing word games. Like, it's very hard. It's very hard to speak to people like you. Yeah. Yeah.
It's very hard to talk to people who just say the word imbecile while being an imbecile themselves. Because
An imbecile. What's an imbecile?
Why don't you tell me, Slit?
Is that someone who shit their pants or something? An imbecile. It's an idiot who shit their pants, like you, when you're talking about nonsense.
But the thing is,
I don't understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to talk to you, and you're just going, and I just don't understand anything
that's
you
what
say.
your ears hear, but that's not what I'm actually saying.
Oh, and 2 minutes ago, you were telling me there was a bevel with a installed angle. It comes with the tool. I don't think so, but I could be wrong, because you could have invented one, and then you're going to go, yeah, but I believe it. I see it. In all my years, I've never seen it. So if it does exist, fuck me. They hid it from me, because it could have been handy, but I doubt it very much, because like all angles are different, and that's why it's got no measurements on it. So, because it just measures the angle, and not all angles are the same. It could be different. So, and you're just taking that angle and you're transferring it to the thing that you need to cut to make that angle. That's when you're doing a roof. That's when you're doing a roof. You're doing a roof.
Either way,
and you will make that angle.
You can get
to
a
the
protractor and measure the angle
so
of
that
your
you would cut that, and you'd most probably use 2 bevels because you need the straight cut, and the angle cut. So you'd have 2 bevels, because one you have to do a cut, maybe a side cut, and the other one would be the plumb cut or the seat cut. It depends on what you're doing. It's very, very simple. That's all you do is work with angles, but I've never seen a bevel with an actual thing to tell you what the angle is. You set the bevel to the angles you need. And I don't really think when it comes to it, it's so important to know the angles, because like obviously if you're doing the plumb cut, that's going to be a 45-degree or whatever it is. No, I can't remember now.
To get the
whatever.
But
You do the plumb cut, you set it to the plumb cut. It's going to be the plumb cut, yeah?
Yeah, you said to get to the square footage,
you're going to
would
get
put
on the
that
top of the
bevel
rafter, you get your
angle
side
on a
cut,
grid. Right?
I don't know what
So
you're talking about. Unless you know what you're talking about, I can't converse with you, because you're just talking nonsense. And you'd rather argue semantics, because you don't. You clearly do not know.
There was a crooked man who built a crooked house, and they all lived together. Yeah, nice one.
Slits, but you said you would use your
I have a question.
bevel.
I have a question.
Go on.
So, the Cavendish in a vacuum experiment that I posted for one big pond is who I posted for, but he doesn't seem to be
interested.
Able to engage. So, the question that I have is, why shouldn't I take the evidence of that experiment and be like, yeah, that seems like they're onto something there.
What is the experiment though? So you got the Cavendish.
It's Cavendish style, but they controlled for all sorts of things: atmosphere, electromagnetics, electrostatics, Casimir forces, all sorts of things. So they did a very good job, in my opinion, of taking care of all the objections that a reasonable person would have.
Yeah, but I come back to what I said before, because you can't create a perfect vacuum, and there's going to be a certain influence, you have to rule out the thing as like a flawed experiment, because you ain't got a perfect vacuum. So there could still be an influence.
So, but that's true for anything. So I see a tree outside. It could be a very convincing illusion of a tree. So I shouldn't believe there's a tree there.
No, because you can walk up to the tree,
but if I don't do that,
you can get an axe and you can fucking wallop the tree with your axe and go, fuck me, that's a tree.
I hear you say that. But if I don't do that, then I have no idea if there's a tree there or not, right?
But why wouldn't you do that? If you've got the capability of doing that, why wouldn't you do that?
Because maybe I have other things to do in my life than try to make sure there's a tree.
So then you look in your agenda
out of my window. If I see a tree out of my window, I think it's a safe bet for me to say I think that's a tree.
Yes, but to confirm it's a tree, you can walk over there and
why would I
chainsaw a few branches off and go, that now is 100% a tree. Because I know you don't like your 100%, but you could falsify that as, you know, not being anything else other than a tree.
So I could do that, but I don't. I don't see the reason to.
Yes. So then you take a blind leap of faith that it is what you think it is when you could be wrong. Because you're 99% sure, and there's a 1% possibility you could be wrong.
Right. So why shouldn't I believe there's a tree? Let's say that I see a tree outside my window, and I say, if that tree looks like it's about to fall over, maybe I should call somebody. You know, it's leaning. There was high winds last night. And if it falls the wrong way, it's going to hit my house. So I see that out my window, and I go and make a phone call to a tree guy to take care of the tree.
Tree guy comes, look at the tree, chops it down. Tree, 100% it was a tree. Your assumption is correct.
Well, my assumption is correct. That's right.
Yeah.
However,
so how do you...
I made the call not based on doing this thing that you're claiming I could do.
Yeah, but imagine you got it wrong, and the tree surgeon turns up and goes, Omni, what the fuck what are you smoking, man? Because that's a fucking telegraph pole.
Right. So what if that's the case? But the fact is,
you've just answered your own question.
There is no reason that I shouldn't make the call to the guy without I don't have to go out there and chop it down and count the tree rings or whatever.
Yeah,
I can just call the guy, and if it turns out I'm wrong, but I don't have to act on that. I don't have to have the guy chop it down. I've already taken the action that was indicated.
Yeah, but that's a thing which we can make the assumption that it's physical real. Yeah, with the measurement to the moon, that's an astronomical number for an astronomical assumption. And that, to me,
it's not an assumption.
I can smell the field of cows.
Well, also, Slits, there's your bevel with the angle marks.
I don't really
on it.
care. I don't really care.
You don't care about evidence. That's okay.
I don't care whatever you've got to say. You oblate idiot.
Ooh. All right. Well, like I said, your theory of how I should be relating to my senses, I don't think it's consistent. I mean, you very easily say you shouldn't believe this.
No, I don't say you shouldn't believe it. I just said that's irrefutable proof. If someone turns around to you, right? Look, someone turned to me and said, "Oh, that tree's 50 feet high." And I could say, do you know what? Maybe that's 45. I'm going to climb to the top. I'm going to drop a piece of rope down the bottom. We'll cut it off, pull it tight, cut it off. and then we'll measure that piece of rope, and we'll be able to find out exactly how long that tree is. Or I could drop a real tape down and most probably measure. 50 feet's not too far.
Sure, you could do that, but you're not going to do it. You're not great at climbing trees.
But maybe say, like, look, we had a bet, and you said, I bet that tree's 50 foot. And I'll go, do you know what, I don't think it's 50 feet. And I'll tell you what, right, I'm going to climb to the top. I'll drop the measurement down. Yeah, you tell me when you're grabbing it tight, put it to the ground. And if it's 50 feet, I'll pay you the money. And we can prove it. We can prove whether it's 50 feet high or not.
So none of that is addressing my point, which
is
that
because you're taking someone's told you a calculation and you're not verifying it. You're just believing that is what it is, and no one's made a mistake. Whereas you haven't.
No, it's not that. No, I don't think it's not that I think no one's made a mistake. It's that we have lots of these measurements for using different techniques, and they're
all on the assumption that you're on a look. A lot of your ball stuff, is assuming you're on a ball anyway. So I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue with your GPS and this is the thing from GPS because it's going to be correct because it assumes you're on a ball and your grid or map is from a ball. Why wouldn't it work out? It doesn't mean that it is because I'm pretty certain that's not not just to the ball.
Right.
But we know the distance from Ibiza to Monaco because of the globe.
Oh my God. Look, you say that, but I've never seen a bird flying in an arc kind of way. They just go from A to B. Every bird you watch, you don't watch them flying in a curved way. Yeah, kind of strange.
So I don't expect to see a bird.
Look, I just told you something about your measurements. Oh, we got use GPS to get the measurements from blah 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 to blah blah blah. Who really cares about that?
I don't know. People
do you
who
really
live near
expect to
Monaco
see a bird?
Okay.
You actually think you can see a bird flying, let's say, 60 miles from you, and just by eyesight realize that it has changed. It's changed the surface of the Earth changes by 1 degree for 69 miles.
Let me ask you a question. This is going to be a classic, yeah? Let me ask you a question. Do you think birds fly any differently from straight line A to B?
If they fly straight line A to B?
Yeah.
Well, no, but if a bird kept a consistent at the exact same elevation and over long enough of distance, that path would be a curve, yes.
Do you think a bird has the ability to have to be calculating as it's flying, the ability to, look at my altitude, I need to check my altitude, and it would check its altitude or set its altitude to fly adjacent to the surface it's flying? Because if that was the case, if it flew over a valley, it would drop right down, wouldn't it? Surely.
No, you just answer your own question.
No.
Because you're saying you've never seen a bird flying in a curve. Hang on. You said you've never seen a bird flying in a curve over the sky. Well, how does the bird do the bird keep its at the same elevation? No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Does it?
No, it doesn't.
So how does a bird fly then?
How does it fly?
Yeah, go on, tell me.
It flies. Yeah.
You tell me, because you're telling me that a bird just doesn't fly in a straight line.
Yeah, have you seen a bird flying a straight line for a long distance ever?
Depends.
Not
when
defensive.
when
It's
they
simple,
migrate,
simple,
when they
simple,
migrate,
simple, simple question.
when they
It's a simple
migrate,
question.
yeah,
Yeah.
when they migrate
Do they
and they're flying
do
big
they fly in a
distances.
straight line?
Hello,
So they're not affecting by
hello,
they're not affecting by side wind or anything, huh?
hello. Are you just going to ramble on, or am I going to get to say what I wanted to say? Even though I most probably forgot now because you just fucking interrupt.
No, you asked a question and he gave an answer.
No, but I was like, he then said something and asked me the question, then went on to answer it himself. So you're kind of wrong. But like, don't worry. I know that you'd rather argue about stupid things than actually address the points. Yeah, I know that. I get that. That's why I end up frustrated talking to you people.
My question was quite simple. When did you
your
see
question? You answered it
a
yourself.
bird?
So like, forget about.
When did you see a bird
Forget about asking me
fly
any
in a
questions.
straight line over a
Hello?
long, long distance? Hello. When did you
But you're not
observe a
answering.
bird
You're not
flying in a
listening.
straight line over
You're
a
clearly
really
not
long
listening.
distance? You never
You're
done
clearly
that.
not listening. You're clearly not
He's
listening.
When
asking
did
the
you
wrong
observe?
question and you're interrupting the question.
Yeah, because you're clearly not listening.
No, let me try this again then. And if you could be quiet, it could be quickly done. When did you ever observe a bird flying over a long distance in a straight line and the same elevation?
The same as you.
Which means never.
Never.
So why did you bring it up in the first place?
I can watch a bird as I'm at house and it flies a short distance. It's not following any curvature. It might go swoop around to the left or the right, or be, floating on the thermals or something like that, and go down to the beach and see them far away and see them fly quite far, maybe a mile or two. And I can watch them follow the thermals and they go on the thermals, that's for sure. But a bird will, where it wants to go, will fly A to B.
But not in a straight line, though, over long distances.
Will fly A to B. Whether you want to call it whatever you want to call it, if you want to call it,
but not in a straight line over a long distance.
You just said you've never seen it, as much as I haven't seen it. But I don't think a bird's going to fly around a longer way if it has the ability. Look, there's nothing up in the sky to say like, oh, you can't fly. So the bird is just going to go A to B direct. You couldn't say that that's not possible. You couldn't say that's not possible. The person who's never observed a bird flying long distances as much as me.
You
it's
started this by saying that you have never observed a bird flying a long distance and following a curve.
Neither have you.
Following a curve.
Neither have you.
No. And why is the reason for that? Why is the reason?
What's your reason?
Not see
I'm sure your
bird?
reason is the same as my reason. What's your reason?
For fuck's sake, why can't you ever shut up for a minute to let others talk?
You're a fucking prick.
Huh? No, you just made
you're
a bullshit
argument. Be nice. I'm being nice. You are a prick. Because
thank you. Likewise.
Ask yourself the question. Why haven't you?
I see birds all the time. I see like the goose that travels from the far north towards the south and opposite in springtime and autumn.
So now you have witnessed these birds flying long distances, yeah? You said you haven't.
As long as I can see them, as long as I can see them above the horizon, yes. But I can't see a goose at, let's say, 60 miles distance.
You stood there.
Can I?
You stood there looking at the horizon, saw a bird enter your view, and watched it until it flew overhead. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said I can't see a goose I can't see a goose high, let's say 10, 15, 20 miles away. Can by my eyes, can I?
I don't know. You tell me. You can see the sun. It's 60 billion zillion miles away. You can see the moon. It's 60 zillion miles away. I don't know. Tell me how far you can see.
How far I can see? A few thousand light years.
Well, there you go. Say no more.
Why not?
Say no more.
He really is this challenge, Steph. He really is. I don't think he's putting it on.
Let me fuck off, you little weirdo.
So let's see. There are bevels with angle increments on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck me. How do they work then?
Oh, you can see in the diagram or the photo of a particular one in the chat I linked earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, they make digital ones now.
Yeah. Don't tell me they're linked up to GPS. made by GPS.
No, but you're telling Omnivore like how if you've got a 5 foot by 5 foot.
I told
room,
Omnivore the correct way I'd measure a room, and then I could verify, even if I did make a calculation, how I can verify it physically. Yeah, and what my argument is you have got a measurement and you can't verify it physically, and I think there's nothing else to add. Say it's not saying you're wrong, it's not saying you're right, but you cannot physically measure it yourself. Physically. So, regardless of however you look at it, you cannot physically measure it to verify that is 100% correct without no error.
I can measure
No,
physically.
but look, you can't even say I agree on that.
Oh, I'm not going to measure the whole world, but I can measure a portion of it. Is that acceptable?
Oh my God.
How about a lake?
No, you just.
Can I measure? Can I measure how big the lake is?
There's nothing to argue about. What I've said is 100% true, you know. I can go into my room and I can measure it physically. Yeah? You can't get the calculations, what you've been given for this or that or the other, and measure it physically. Or have you done that physical measurement?
Do you physically measure every time you go to the shopping centre, Slits? Or do you walk by faith?
Yeah, but what do I need to measure going to the shopping centre for? Why?
So
what would I need to measure?
How far away are the shops from you?
Well, I make a guesstimate that if there's like the shopping centre's 10 minutes away, if I walk, if I drive, it's half an hour. So I'm going to walk 10 minutes.
And people do this with the world.
I can walk there. I can walk there. Physically fucking walk there. And now you want to argue. You want to argue about something. Your analogy is so bad.
And people physically go on boats.
Analogies are
and they
so
physically
bad.
go on trains. So through both the train and boat method, we can physically measure the world.
Oh my God.
Yeah. People have circumnavigated the world, both from land to another piece of end of the land. Then they went onto a boat. They went across the sea and went to another bit of land, and they crossed a bit more land, and eventually they went around the whole globe.
Could you hold on a minute? I'll be back. 2 seconds.
Starbucks are probably closing, so he's got to go and get the Wi-Fi on the Walmart or something.
Hope he doesn't use GPS to go there. Sort of ruin his.
You said he can walk to the shops in 10 minutes, but he can take a car in half an hour. He's either really fast at walking or really slow at driving, or he's going the wrong way. He needs to learn navigation.
Yeah, this is where you're fucked up, you little weirdo. So you get in your car and it's a one-way system. So you have to go around the one-way system, which takes longer. And the shops are just, I can walk straight direct to the shops. So what the fuck are you going on about? What an imbecile. But your little brain, I know your little tiny action man brain can't comprehend that.
Half an hour in the car.
Okay. Okay. You know, because like then you have to find parking. You know, you might have a queue. There might be a traffic jam. You might have some little Australian been run over. They've reversed over him, run over him again, reversed over him, and run over him again because he's so obnoxious. But, you know, and that's why if you can walk there, no one's gonna.
But when you walk there, don't you have to like step over the Australian, stomp on his head a little bit,
that walk's
then
going to
like
take 10
reverse
minutes
over him again with
today,
your feet?
tomorrow, the next day. But if I get in my car, I've got traffic. I've got the dead Australian because they ain't come to clear him up. You know, there's too many variables.
You have to pedal it too.
I don't know.
Like that, he's got one of those Flintstones mobiles, so
Yeah,
he
like
doesn't.
a pedal car.
You don't know what I've got. That's the thing, isn't it?
Well, you're an immigrant in Spain, so you'd probably have a not English car.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
So yeah, going back to like measuring the world, where people use nautical miles and kilometers and such things like this, they have a very good idea of like where they're going, when they're arriving, what kind of delays there are. Like that these are all taken into account when people are like shipping products over land or sea. And as someone in the logistics field, that helps get product A to destination B. We'll take things from Germany and Italy, combine them in our factory, and then send them to Sydney or Papua New Guinea or any other place that has asked for a product from us. So yes, the distances are quite well known and accurate to a certain degree. And from those measurements, we have come to learn that both the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are smaller than the equator. This is not the case on any flat map that I've seen, apart from one. But are you going to supply that flat map? If the people in the flat earth have been so explorative and so good with their measurements, from their ability to do celestial navigation and their ability to do surveying, they should have some dimensions for us, surely.
I love magic sky flat earth in the south. Everywhere you look to the edge of the dome, you see a celestial.
Well, I was even thinking, even in the northern hemisphere, on a globe, these triangles, let's say you form one from 0 degrees to, say, 45 degrees east, you'd make a pizza slice on a flat earth to the equator. But on a globe, you'd have that spherical axis. So even the distances along the lines of latitude, if flat, would be consistent with a pizza slice dimensions along those latitude curves, but they wouldn't be on a globe. So it would be interesting to measure some of those lines of latitude in the north to see if they conform to a pizza slice or something with spherical excess. And there's a really interesting flat map or flat Earth map that somebody drew earlier in history.
Yeah. Which one?
I'll just find the image. It's basically, it's got 4 corners, and it's got the southern hemisphere, and it curves in towards the equator, but bulges upwards to the North Pole, showing. Yeah, it's a very old drawing, or a conceptual map of. I wouldn't call it a flat Earth. It's more like somebody's been using a lathe and made an Earth out of a block of wood that had the 4 corners.
Oh, well, the Bible does say 4 corners, and they can't be talking about flat Earth because there's south is everywhere. So I don't know how you tell someone to go south.
So I'll just pop that in the omnipresence chat. Is a square and stationary Earth where the northern hemisphere, northern innards of the Earth bulge upwards, and around the circumference is that ice wall. Don't know how oceans work on that square and stationary Earth, but this shows you that the lines of latitude and longitude wouldn't form pizza shapes. They would have excess because even in that model, they've got a square and stationary Earth, but it's not necessarily square and flat.
It also has a depth. That's interesting.
That is correct. Yes.
If you can see the depth, you're already one step ahead of the rest. Most people aren't aware of that. That's a secret.
Thank you. Which Bob's Australia do you reckon? The one at the top on the left, I reckon. I like the bipolar model.
Earth. It's bipolar.
We only have heteropolar models here. You take your LGBTQ stuff out of here.
Refraction makes things that initially seem straight a little bit bent.
And I like the way that we, just because we haven't been to a star to know what it is, suddenly makes the southern sky, like the 2 celestial poles, possible on the flat Earth.
Wait on, you said they were frozen unicorn farts. Are you saying they're not? Or frozen angel farts? Were you fibbing? Oh, trouble, I'm really disappointed in you. I thought you'd been there. I thought you knew that. Oh, this changes
I
everything.
said ghost farts, but I actually like unicorn
Ghost-
farts. Try that
Oh,
one.
ghost farts. Okay, frozen ghost farts. So you have seen them then. Okay, good. Because I mean, this would mean that Slitsy is right, and we can't live in a world where Slitsy is right. We have to destroy it.
I've watched them be created, so.
Oh, good.
I
Thanks,
know
fuck, for that.
what they are.
The question is, do the ghost farts require a container?
Ooh. Well, to initially make them, you need gas pressure, so you probably do need a container. Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Or the gas self-attracts because it has mass. But it could be ghost farts, which I'm not sure have mass or not. That's a philosophical discussion.
The ghost is the container.
Okay, yeah.
And do ghosts fart because they eat too much vindaloo, or like, is it just a thing they do, or is it something that's manufactured?
I think it's just to piss off God.
So what happened to Dimmock? Did he leave?
I muted him because I told him he had to let other people talk sometimes, and that apparently wasn't happening.
Yeah, you're right. You know what's bizarre? After him ranting, I went over to Earth Awakenings. They were having an almost sane conversation about Bitcoin and exchange rates, and I thought, what have I done? Have I tripped into a server? Then I came back here and did Slitsy ranting. I thought, here I am, home again. Yes.
God, he can carry on like a pork chop.
Which one?
That bevel argument for like measuring his room, it's like he was so close to putting his foot in his own mouth. I was like, oh, just put it on a graph and calculate it.
Well, any times I've ever used a bevel is I measure the angle, then throw the bevel against the edge of the 4x2, scribe a line across the angle, and that gives me the angle of my cupboard, awning, whatever. I usually use it for that sort of shit. Getting a different weird angle, it's not 45. Is that what you're using for? That's right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the one that I linked in the chat earlier.
So they're a set square with a wing nut that you can adjust. That's probably the easiest way to describe it, isn't it? The handle is the set.
45 past the hour has the angle increment. So let's say you did have a specific angle. You could say, I'd like it to be 75 degrees, and you could set it on that halfway point between 80 and 70. So, yeah.
Yeah, or if you're measuring like a bit of wood to reinforce your window awning, which is going to be a weird angle, you'd use it there. Right? Normally you use your 45 set square, don't you? Or is that right?
Yeah, if your windows were not quite 90, you'd throw that, set square with a hinge on it, and it would be some obscure number between 85 and 90, or it could even be obtuse.
But you know what I thought was funny with
that, had he? He claimed you'd created a new instrument or something.
Yeah, if you had an angle up. Here's the thing, you got to measure the angle, because you could measure the angle. You could send me, the carpet guy, the measurements with the angles, and I could send you a thing of pre-cut carpet that should fit if you have measured twice. And so I only cut once.
Yeah, it's just got a rudimentary protractor on that inside edge. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's trying to get all fucking antsy, like, I've worked on construction sites, and yeah, well, who fucking hasn't done that basic shit?
Like that means anything to the shape of the world. And I'm sorry, I've never seen a bird fly straight.
It must have been a very flamboyant bird that wasn't straight, yeah.
Put it this way. If you were a bird, say a homing pigeon, and you flew past Slitsy, I'd be seriously thinking about going home too. I'll be thinking, no, the world's. I might go to another country.
I'm sure if they flew over you, they'd empty their guts.
All I can think of is those groups of starlings that almost look like they're clouds of birds just going in random directions, like sort of like a, yeah.
They're not random, dude. They're actually not random. They're coordinated.
I mean the overall like pattern. I know they sort of coordinate themselves, but the overall movement over the whole session seems like they're just lisping around.
Oh, birds are awesome. See, now he's left his open mic to make his noise again because he's just a little shithead. Funny how he does that.
He thinks birds be following the great circle route every time they fly.
Well, if Earth was flat, birds would just go from A to B. Let's just forget about crosswinds, anything like that. Yeah.
Took him to France, and they just fly from France, where he straight to his fucking hut.
They know how to navigate off the atmosphere. They actually do it through the Van Allen belt. They know north and south. They've got an inbuilt compass.
Little person, stop.
He's actually like I'm smarter than you, but then that's no mean feat, is it?
You know you're little. You've got little hands. You've got a little voice, and you're little. You can tell. I don't even have to know you to know that you're little.
I'm a carpenter. I'm a carpenter that knows all about birds, and here I am over an Englishman in Spain. Yep, but I know all about birds, and I have to tease Australians because I'm so fucking jealous of them.
I know.
They're all funny.
Now you're crying.
They all love life. What a pack of cunts. I'm a miserable cunt, and they love life, and I'm going to have to yell at them.
I'm crying.
Hey, Slitsy, have you ever given a woman an Australian kiss?
Mate, do me a favor.
It's like a French kiss, but it's down under.
Yeah, I suppose that's for Australian people, yeah. Funny.
I'm pretty sure he hasn't, dude.
I've been to your country.
No one cares.
Yeah.
You weren't even worried that your pilots didn't know where they were going because they were using the wrong map.
Oh, really?
It shows how much you believe in flat Earth, really. You wouldn't even dare to come here.
Not doing one of your star rotation predictions. Oh, yeah.
You hear about that Englishman that was running around the airport, and when he got to there to go back home, they said, "You got your departure tax?" And he said, "What's that?" And they went, $10 departure tax. I haven't got any money. I've spent it all. Well, you can't leave. So he runs around the airport. He runs up to an Aussie guy and says, "Dude, can you give me $10 so I can get on the plane and go back home?" He goes, "What? $10 for you to go home?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "Here's 100. Take 90 of your fucking mates with you."
God. Hitting them there. Hitting the high notes there, mate.
Hey, it's getting them down under.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a pommy and a pig? You can take a pig to a party and he's not going to make a pommy of himself.
My God.
Oh, I've got hundreds of them. I've had so fucking many.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a pommy and a bucket of shit? The bucket.
You just spewing that your relatives were better thieves than ours, and we're now on a tropical deserted island, and you're stuck.
I know. So cool.
Where all the nuclear bombs are pointed.
You stole a bomb. You stole a swan.
How do you discern that you're originally Australian, and if you're not from, you're originally not from Australia? How do you say that you are originally Australian? How do you make that? Do you have to be a certain generation?
You're born here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
when a foreign mother and a foreign father bring their pregnancy to Australia and it's birthed out in Australia, it's often
Is that all it
considered
is?
shame.
See, in the
Same
UK,
rule
you don't
we've
get
got.
that. You don't get that. Even in Spain, you don't get that. Even if you're born in Spain, it doesn't make you Spanish.
Yes, it
Oh, no, it doesn't if you're a
I think
visitor.
it does actually. I think it does.
Not in the.
It does.
Yeah, it does. But it don't make the
English.
parents. That's it. But in England, if you was born in England, it don't make you English.
It does.
You were just born
Not
there.
if you're a visitor.
No,
Because
you
too many
just born
people
there.
want to come there.
It doesn't
Every day.
matter if you're a visitor. It's the same in Spain. It doesn't matter if you have that choice to put down Spanish, but it doesn't make the parents Spanish.
Europe.
No.
Yeah.
They can be citizens, but they're not born here.
Yeah, but it's different, isn't it? So so if you're come there, you're pregnant, you drop the kid, and then that kid's Australian, yeah. That's as easy.
No.
But you just said it was.
No, not if you're just a visitor.
Oh, so it only happens if you're not a visitor.
If you're an Australian citizen.
Yeah, but what about if you wasn't an Australian citizen at that time and you were waiting? You hadn't even put in the process. You just arrived. Boom! You've gone into. Oh, I've got to have the baby. The baby comes.
I don't know because that's a niche thing. So I don't know. You'd have to look it up.
Oh, got you.
Maybe both of them would have to apply for citizenship. I'm guessing. I don't know. But I know because they changed it because I'm not going to say why. New Zealanders were coming here, having babies, and then being able to stay because they were citizens. Or
that's what I
heard.
It's a bit racist.
Well, actually, trouble. The Richmond footballer Dustin Martin. He was born in Australia to Kiwi parents, and they tried to stay here, but because his old man had a criminal record in Australia, they sent him back home, which is fair enough because that's the rules. But he was whinging, saying, "I can't watch my son in the grand final now because rah." Well, why didn't you think about that when you robbed the fucking whatever it was you did?
Yes.
It was a house burglary or something. Because that's no excuse.
It's not like littering. You got deported. It's serious crimes.
Yeah, it was a burglary, house aggravated burglary and selling shit and a bit of drugs. Yeah, so the thing is,
not on in Australia.
You can't say my son's in the grand final, so therefore what I did doesn't matter. No, dude, if you burgle and fucking do drugs and burgle houses here, you get sent home.
Yep.
That's the way it is. And every other country in the world, I think, too.
I remember a funny quote because when the first time I went, I think there was a mass corruption in New South Wales, and I think one of the top cops went to New Zealand and hung himself, and then another one that was like, I think he said like, "We're a nation of crims. What do you think? What do you expect?"
We're a nation of convicts. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what he said. We're a nation of convicts. What do you expect when questioned about his criminality?
But I noticed that most normal people, they come from people who immigrated. It seems to be just the rich and famous that came over as convicts, because I think their relatives got here early and then they were able to own land after a while.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So yeah, our rich and famous are descendants of the criminals.
My great-great-grandfather basically claimed most of Gippsland under squatters' rights, which you had to pay for. He came from Holland, came over, claimed it, and then basically sold it off.
Oh, the kings are squatters. The king squatters, aren't they?
And we stole the merino sheep from the Spanish, and we got thousands of them now, and they got fuck all.
Yeah, there was a siege, in Alkmaar, where they forced the Spanish out. That was their last stronghold. That's just north of Amsterdam. Yeah, they was a actual when they abolished squatters' rights in Holland. They actually rioted. I remember I was around my mates, and it all kicked off outside the police station. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? It's going, don't worry, it's they've abolished squatters. Because they had the right to squat, and then the Dutch took that away. Where in Spain, you've got that still. You can go in someone's house, and if they've got a baby, you can't get them out. You can even go down to a boat. Say, like, if you've got a boat on the marina, it has to have the key in it. So you've got some smart squatters who go down, find the key, and because they don't try to sail the boat, you can stay on the boat as long as you want. It's hard to get them off. Fucking insane, but true.
If one of the parents is an Australian citizen, the child is too. If both parents are foreigners, the kid is given temporary residency. They get residency, but if they all live in Australia for 10 years, the kid can apply for citizenship, or before that, they can fill in a 101 visa for.
Yeah, apparently, if
Is
you
that what
don't,
it says, is it?
if you don't renew that, you're fucked.
Well, yeah, because you got to realise your situation.
Yeah, my friend's just going through that now. She lives there. Her son was Aussie. He didn't renew it, and now he can't get it.
Oh God.
He's going through a process, but he's born there.
They should get it though.
Yeah, she said that it's just some long-winded process. Yeah, I got friends who were born there in Australia, and they went there in, I think it was 70 for £10. Their parents went there for no, was it in the 60s even? Yeah, I think they was in the 60s.
Yeah, the 60s.
You can get that for £10. You just had to be under 30 and have a profession.
A lot of British people still immigrate here.
Yeah, all my friends. I went there in the 90s, and say there was about 30 of us. 6 of my friends, minimum, I think, because a couple went back after, and they all ended up marrying Aussies and staying there.
Yeah, the two cultures mix well, I think.
No, it's a beautiful country. Why you'd ever want to come back to the UK is beyond.
Yeah. Just the weather alone and the lack of people compared to.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. You get a lot for your money. You can go buy a bit of land. You can't do that in the UK. It's just beyond reachable. It ain't getting any worse. I mean, better. It's getting worse.
Yeah, it's getting pretty bad here.
In the shit places, you're going to pay premium. You know.
Oh, we got $1 million houses. It's like, what the fuck? In the suburbs, like not in the city.
But I see that when I was in Australia last time. There was the houses in Paddington, because they're kind of nice. And they remind me of, it's weird how they got all the London names in Sydney. But yeah, the houses in Paddington were going through the roof. And the people were saying, like, there was one woman, she was talking about she had some places in Pitt Street, and she was going, I bought this place, and in the last 2 years it's doubled. It's going crazy. And that was 96, 97.
Damn.
So God knows what it must be now. I'd imagine houses in Redfern are expensive now.
I don't know. I've only been to Sydney once.
I think where all the Aborigines are.
It'll be all high class now.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just fucking in the street. They're just drunk, chasing you down the street. Get some money.
I think there's like 5 million people in Sydney now. Used to be like 1 or 2. 2 maybe, I think.
Yeah. I think it's worldwide. Everywhere's just getting overpopulated. Well, it's ain't overpopulated.
No, they're just everyone's trying to move to where it's better. Can't blame them, but yeah, it's overcrowded.
Oblates fell asleep.
Who?
Did you fell asleep?
Oh no, I've just been checking out other instruments that are used in carpentry that have angles in them.
You know, you were seriously snoring the other day.
Oh yeah. Like you send me to sleep sometimes with your.
No, you've miserably stayed up
muffled
24 hours without sleeping.
Mm.
It's, you know, it's a bit ridiculous. Go to sleep.
With your seductive dulcet tones.
Go to sleep. It must be late. It's got to be about 12 o'clock. Why are you still awake?
It's only 11:30.
I'm going to bed soon. It'll be.
You're not missing. You're not missing anything. It's going to be the same shit.
I know. The conversation died, and then I put my microphone on.
It's going to be the same shit, just a different day.
I know. Me and Boomer could just take the conversation about Star Wars into Geos again, just to piss them off. Can't talk about that. That's not interesting. Oh, all right.
Why would you be talking about Star Wars, though?
Oh, mate, Star Wars. Where do we begin?
Jeremy, he says, it's really boring. I want to start a discussion on flat Earth. Like, that's going to be exciting. Everyone's heard everything for the last 4 years. Jeremy considers himself a host. Holy fuck.
I remember watching that when it first came out. Going to the cinema. Kind of maybe, I don't know, 11.
Did you want to be Luke Skywalker or Princess Leia when the
I'll be honest with you, it was like just amazing. Because you're smaller, you're in a big cinema, got massive screen. There's like dramatic music. Everything seemed kind of, I suppose it was full of mistakes, but you just thought, wow, this is... Because you never seen nothing like it before. Well, you had, but not in an epic sense. Obviously, the other one was the... what was the other one? Stanley Kubrick film. What was it?
The dodgy one where the first third of the movie is monkeys and the last third is a hypnotic space fetus. Yeah.
You remember what sci-fi's... sci-fi's pre-Star Wars, though, they were pretty shit. Like, the clay motion was terrible and everything was just kind of like, oh, yuck. We used to do a YouTube channel on how bad all the beat space movies pre-Star Wars were. And what you could do is put them on and just narrate how stupid they were and make a whole new show out of them. They were such good fun to do.
Someone's made a series of like shit videos. I was watching. Well, I watched a few in the past. It's about some moon landing or something. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've been watching a whole lot of flat Earth content. That's pretty deplorable.
I think it's by that German company. Yeah, are they German companies? Is that right?
They could be Indian because the Sanskrit for NASA is where we get the word nasal from.
I don't know about that.
It's just as logical as using Hebrew for NASA. So yeah.
It's this.
I like the way they were able to map a path to Australia in the days before NASA was invented. And in doing so, they worked out that the South wasn't bigger than the North. I mean, what would it have to be? 3 times bigger? 5 times bigger? In the South and the North, like overall land area?
Well, actually, Captain Cook coming down to discover Australia, that was actually shrouded in secrecy about the path of Venus and all that, because they did know about the Great Southern Land, which was us. But they wanted someone relatively unknown who was a good navigator, and Captain Cook was the only dude who filled the bill. So he came down and discovered Australia.
They had information about Van Diemen's Land, so it wasn't completely foreign. And also, there were some details about the Samoans. And yeah, Cook, like the transit of Venus was something that people could predict, and they could go to a latitude and longitude to observe that. Probably what was less on the agenda was actually finding new land to conquer, because I think one of their main objectives was to survey the approximate coastline of New Zealand, which they did remarkably well for the day. But yeah, they were interested in territory, but also in the transit of Venus, so they could figure out the approximate distance from the Earth to the Sun for the astronomical unit. So even back then, they were considering the distance from the Sun to the Earth as...
Yeah, but they still weren't sure what they were going to do. And the Admiralty were very careful to conceal word of the Great Southern Land, because the Dutch knew about it. They actually, 1642 was, what's his name? Dirk Hartog discovered Australia, didn't he? The West Coast, but it was just desert. But no, they were very careful to conceal it because they thought they had some spies and whatever in the Admiralty. So they let the transit of Venus get out without too much detail, because what they were trying to do doesn't make sense nowadays. And they're thinking, why would you tell fibs? And the English are very good at telling fibs to throw you off the trail. So they reckon they probably were looking for the Great Southern Land that was written about by Ferdinand Magellan's crewman. So it wasn't even Magellan.
That's right.
See, Magellan his fleet circumnavigated, but he didn't. He died in the Philippines, hence Ferdinand. But it was his ships and his crew that got back, so no one knew if the information was correct.
Yeah, and so what Cook did is he went south below Cape Horn, Cape of Good Hope, and a whole bunch of other places, and he got reasonably close to Antarctica, and he goes like, all I'm finding is impassable ice. Because every time he sailed anywhere else near there, he was coming up to the coastline. And so, yeah, if they were looking for another island like New Zealand, south of like Tasmania and Cape of Good Hope, like they just weren't finding as much continents like Europe, Asia, China, Norway, Russia. Like the north is really like populated with like land masses. So I guess they were kind of like expecting the south to be similar, but it just wasn't the case. We've got so much
actually,
down.
another great what if in history was China about, I'm thinking around 1200, because China being an area that's predominantly rivers, they had a very well established navy, and they started sending it out on little expeditions. But then there was a change of dynasty, and they just said, "Oh fuck it, run them all into the ground and let them die." Like they didn't keep the fleet going. Had they kept the fleet going in China, that could have dramatically changed world history. And the navigation techniques in China were different because you didn't have the map and then navigated off the stars. What you did was put your map down on the boat so it pointed forward, and then there was the constellations were drawn onto the map. So they were the things that rotated, not your map position.
How do you feel about Australia selling land to Chinese?
When you finish going to the toilet sits, we can hear the echo.
No, I mean the room is being decorated, so it's kind of big and empty.
I don't think anyone from overseas should own as much land as they do in Australia. Or in
Me too. Or there should be a, we're going to rent it, you're going to pay rates. Make it so if you're not trading with it and using it for worthwhile stuff, we triple the rates on it, so we own it back.
Yeah, but
what do you think of that, Trouble?
When they're replaced,
Oh, dude, fix your mic. Fix your mic. It sounds like shit. Get out of the echo. Get out of the toilet. Sounds terrible.
Yeah. Wasn't there a place in Australia where they've sold it to the Chinese, and the Chinese have gone there and made the road private and made it impossible for the residents to get to their house? You don't know about that?
No.
Oh my God.
Mustn't be anywhere anyone wants to live.
Some little island. I said, look, it's be absolutely paradise. And they've sold it off. They've sold a lot of these islands off. Apparently, the Chinese have come, they put infrastructure and made the roads private because they own the land. And people are complaining that they can't get to that property.
It's very expensive to live on an island, so...
Yep.
Sure, if it's a private island, there's lots of little private islands, but you've got to be really rich. And it's even expensive to live there and get, or to build on one. I mean, there's heaps of islands around Australia, I've learned.
Who was that Japanese guru dude that bought the land in Queensland that did the sarin gas attack 30 or so years ago in a Tokyo subway? But he's kind of was really rich and bought some land and hid out there, and now they're kind of onto it. You got to disclose all purposes and not behave suspiciously now, because we don't want sarin gas attacks in suburban railways, subway railway stations, rather. One thing that I find amazing is how can you lease a port like Port Darwin? How can we lease the port for more than your lifetime? Like apparently they've got a 100-year lease on it. Who should be allowed? Like who can sign a lease for 100 years now if you're going to be dead in 50? Like that just doesn't make sense to me.
I think some of the things our government's done is treasonous.
What island was that you're talking about? Is that Keswick?
No, the Port of Darwin got leased to China for 99 years. I mean, what the fuck does that even mean?
The same as that Keswick. That's the same I think that was a 99-year lease.
Okay. Yeah, it's
But
crazy shit.
But you can renew the lease. It's like, obviously, properties. You get a property, you buy the lease. It's 99-year lease. 10 years before it needs to, you have the ability to renew the lease.
No, that's not true. That didn't happen in Hong Kong. The English basically opium addicted China into giving Hong Kong to them for 99 years, and there was no renewal. No, it's not just. How can
I'm talking about the UK. I'm talking about the UK, and then you'll skip to Hong Kong,
which is the UK. Hong Kong was leased from the Chinese to the UK for 99 years.
It's not UK, is it?
They did. It was the UK. Fucking hell, you don't even know your own history. After the
mate.
Opium Wars in China, China lost.
How can it be the UK?
Signed a 99-year lease, and there's your problem. You don't listen to learn because you don't listen.
Yeah, because
I was just telling you what happened.
Hong Kong under British rule isn't fucking England, is it? Come on, like.
Well, what's the UK? We're talking about 99-year leases. How can anyone sign a lease that they can't live to the end of? Who's the signatory and who has the responsibilities of the signatory after the original signatories of any lease die?
Right. In the UK, yeah, I can buy a flat. It has a 99-year lease, yeah. All flats come with that. Or maybe sometimes you buy it and you don't realise and it could have 80. And you can renew the lease, you know? You can renew it. It's for a fee, but it's renewable. If you forget or you die and you don't pass it on, obviously it goes to the state. That's how it works. I don't know in Hong Kong, because it ain't really UK, is it? Maybe it was under British rule. But no,
it was sovereign rights. It was sovereign rights for 99 years. And the Chinese took it back in 1999.
Might have been under British rule, yeah, but it might have been different. Yeah, the rules might be different because it isn't the UK. So there might be.
And we weren't talking about the UK to start with. We were talking about Lord Darwin.
I was talking about years. Yeah, but you finished that. And I said, like, we were talking about the lease. Keswick Island was leased out for 99 years. And I said, like, oh, is it like, you know, renewable? That's what I said. Could be renewable. So that was the question. Is it? Didn't say it was. And then I referred to, in the UK, we buy a house with a 99-year lease, but it's renewable. Don't have to be past 99 because you're never going to reach 99. But you have to be in there. There's a certain amount. I don't know what the amount is, but the lease is renewable. But that's in the contract.
The leases are actually estates. I've just looked it up. UK lease 99-year leases. They're actually estates. However, in 1973, the Crown decided to not renew any further leases from any states of any English lords. So that's even been squashed. The Commonwealth is no longer.
Well, they just give those islands back in, chaos. And now they just let fucking the Spanish police enter Gibraltar. But it's weird as well because, so if I enter Gibraltar and I'm a problem, the Spanish police hold me, then hand me over to the English authorities. It's fucking weird. But why would they do that? I don't know why they would do that. Most probably because they're communists. The government, or what is there now? Because for sure they want to do something. And it's not straightforward. It's not for the love of the British people.
Well, no, because you're all going over there, probably misbehaving, and xenophobia is one of the great things of any country, and all of you voted for Brexit anyway, so I don't see how you could vote for Brexit stopping foreigners and be foreigners. Like, what the fuck? Who didn't think that one through?
So if we voted for breakfast, if we voted for breakfast, yeah, that means we want to eat our shit. and we don't want other fucking silly cunts coming into our country. That was to strengthen our borders. So I don't know where you get that from, but it's because we're in this thing called the ECH, and this fucking setting, look, a little shit country.
Is it me or is he roboting massively?
No, he's roboting, is he? I'm glad it's him.
Yeah. Then I'm missing
Anyway,
out.
why'd you have to mention that he was roboting?
Sorry, Terry, good point. Good point. Good point.
All right then. See you later, cunts. Have a shit day.
They hate that.
He's so sensitive sometimes. Let's see.
Oh, dude, he hated that bit about Brexit, didn't he? Because basically they're foreigners in Spain, yet they voted to keep foreigners out of England, and yet they've emigrated away from England themselves. So they didn't even know what was going on. And when you hassle them over it, it's really dumb what they did, and they still defend it. Oh, it's so fucking stupid.
It's like
I hate immigrants. Well, what are you? I'm an immigrant. But why are you any different to the ones in England? Because I'm English. Yeah, but you're still an immigrant in Spain. Doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck?
It's like when people were talking about when East India Trading Company, it's like England was like had its feet on the ground in India, and like it's almost the opposite these days. There's even Punjabi comedy shows and hosts, and like it's very like England's almost part Indian these days. Like,
Hey, dude, you want to know the worst bit? I think their prime minister is actually an Indian-born national. So the Indians that they took over are actually the elected PM in their country right now. Or was that the last one? I don't know if if he changed his citizenship. He must have. Maybe he didn't. But has it an Indian-born
one or two after Tony Blair? I think I know what you're talking. The guy, I just can't remember his name.
The one who just got voted out recently.
Mm.
Samuel or Sunil or something like that. I think he was Indian-born. He wasn't English-born of Indian parents. He was born in India. They came over because of the caste system, upper class, came over and ran for English politics and got the gig. But he must have changed his citizenship. There's no way they'd let him run if he wasn't an English citizen. Yeah. But you never know.
But England's got such a complicated history with like other nations. Like you said, with their... It was Taiwan, was it? You said, yeah.
Hong Kong.
Yeah.
They imported fucking opium into China to create a drug problem because China wouldn't trade with London and England through the East India Company with silver, and all the silver was tied up in China. So because of the unrest they created with the opium wars and the drug problems, English basically dealt drugs to China in the 1880s, 1890s to addict the whole nation to opium in order to win the war and take over. And they forced China into a 99-year lease on Hong Kong, and that is the problems we're having today with Taiwan.
So you reckon they weren't just selling and buying opium just for the profit margins? There was an ulterior motive.
Yes, it was to drive the country into economic decline to force a victory. They never invaded. They just kept sailing past, shooting at them.
Yeah, it's known as the Opium Wars, isn't it?
Hey?
It's known as the Opium Wars, isn't it?
Yeah, look up the Chinese Opium Wars, man. It's an amazing read.
China's really pissed off about it.
So it's like one of the few conspiracies that like has legitimate grounds, kind of thing.
Look, the way it used to go with imperialism, whoever had the good fleet could sail, and England did have a good fleet. But the thing is, the French and the Spanish and the Portuguese and the Dutch, always went in and took over because I'm white, I'm superior. And what would happen is there'd always be influences that fucked up. But the English put in local public servants to fuck up, and then when they fucked up, they would come in. Someone's phone's ringing.
It's on the walls disco phone.
Yeah, so what happened, they would put in local public servants. Omni,
Yeah.
your phone's ringing. Hey.
Sorry,
So
guys.
the English would put in local public servants, and when they fucked up, they'd step in and fix it and say, hey, aren't we the heroes? So the English were very clever at manipulating empires. But don't let Slitsy know, because he'll never live it down.
Yeah, it's like being part Welsh, part English. My granddad says like, "Oh, I wish our family wasn't part English, knowing what they've done throughout the world." It's kind of like.
No, but they've look at all. They did good things as well.
Yeah.
Oh, they invented the steam. Inventing the steam engine was clever, because when you took a rail to a country, the rail did make the country better because it could move stuff around for free trade. But then you were dependent on them to fix the rail. So it was a kind of a symbiotic trap. Gotcha. Look at this high tech. You need us to fix this technology now. So yeah, the rail system, they were fucking smart. That's what I mean. They manipulated the areas. Would India have been itself without the railways? Have you ever seen how many Indians?
Time where you did rape and pillage everywhere, whereas now there's a little more moral standing, not too much, but
Yeah, well, we don't quite know because history is written by the winners.
True.
But you know what's funny is whenever I've looked across history, because I went looking for the course of US debt, because I was saying they're still paying off the Second World War, and I thought, well, let's have a look at this. And which way we're paying off from the First World War, which has been, it goes right back to the 1860s. Whenever they've tried to start something, they've had the opposite result. Like they started the Boer War to get fucking control of Africa. Well, that fucked up. The South Africans got that, and the Dutch. They started the First World War to fucking overrun all the Shah. Well, they fucked up. Communists started, and all the monarchies lost their power. The Second World War, well, that was to get rid of communism and fascism, and they both fucked up because they killed each other. Whenever they've tried to manipulate it, they've always fucked up and got the opposite results. I reckon it's happening to this day, but we won't know until after the event. History's kind of funny like that. It is a way of balancing up. You try to kick it one way and it's like a Coke machine. It rocks back on you and falls on you.
Speaking from personal experience there.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. You can't just push a Coke machine over, mate. You gotta get it, woof, woof, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there it goes, bang. And then it cracks open and all the chips and cans and chocolates all fall out. So you stuff your pockets with all the booty and run away.
You delinquent. You absolute delinquent.
Well, I was about 17 at the time. It's a rite of passage. You've got to knock over a Coke machine. Well, they weren't Coke machines, they were everything. They used to have everything in them back then. And the glass was too hard to break. It was almost like bulletproof glass. But if you broke it open, you could crack it open by pushing it onto its corner. Yeah, hard work. for about $10 worth of chocolates. Risking about probably 2 years in jail, I guess. I don't know. I never got caught.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
I never really saw vending machines. They weren't many around in the country.
On stations mainly. In Japan, everything's vending machines. It's actually a hassle if something can't be put in a vending machine. It's got to have a big fucking horrible person to sell it.
They don't even have a train station in Portland anymore.
Really?
I mean, it does. There's a cargo one that goes up to Hamilton. That's it. Yeah, they took out the passenger
Okay.
line. There's not even the track's not there anymore.
Oh, really?
My whole
I
life.
don't see that's never a good move.
No.
Was that after the smelter? Because the smelter would have been a reason to have the railway line. Did the smelter close then the railway line or not?
No, the railway line, like I said, hasn't been open, well, not since I was 10, not for nearly 50 years that I know of.
Oh, okay. But they're buses that join to Portland, aren't they? From Hamilton? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, from Warrnambool. And you get a train to Melbourne. There's nothing to go north.
And here they are in Melbourne bragging about this extra outer railway line. Yeah, like us people out in the country give a flying fuck.
Yep.
In fact, have you noticed when you drive from Melbourne to our neck of the woods, when you go through what used to be a blue ribbon Liberal seat, the roads are really fucked. But the seat that's Corangamite, it's got Lismore in it, so Corangamite, the roads are beautiful because that's a swing seat. So whether you're blue ribbon Labor or Liberal, you get nothing. Your roads are fucked. But if you swing from one seat side to the other, you get beautiful roads. Yeah. They fix potholes real quick. And you actually notice it. Like your car's driving along and you see Shire of fucking whatever it is and blink, and then your car starts going bang, bang. Like you actually know. You know you've changed Shires just by that.
Politics has, I was going to say, become really fucked, but I guess it always has been.
Yeah. Well, I had the miserable little green fucker who's here. He's a turncoat. He's a Teal candidate for way out west, our area. And when they said to him, like, so you're talking about how negative gearing's a problem? Well, it looks like you've got 4 properties in Warrnambool. How do you explain that? Oh, yeah, well, I noticed that. And he totally fucking skirted around it, the little weasel. He's one of the fucking problems. He's got 4 negatively geared problems, and he's saying, yeah, housing's a problem. Not that I'm causing it. You should only get to do it on one house.
They pretend sometimes that they're going to change it, but they don't. They only put it up as an election promise when they know they're going to lose.
Yeah. Oh, look, I hate the Liberals more than Labor because the Liberals have got more negatively geared properties. You should only be allowed to do it on one property. So if you're going to buy a house, you get to do it. Me, I get to do it. If I'm going to buy 10, I don't get to do it on 9 others and stitch up everyone else. Yeah, you should only be allowed to do it once per person. Maybe then you can, if you want to be shifty, you maybe get your missus one and your son and him, but they can always stitch you up, so you've got to be careful.
No, it's legal theft from the taxpayer. No business can run at a loss straight away. Why should a rental business? You have to run at a profit before you can claim a loss in any other business.
Yeah.
So, no.
Yeah, it's just a raw.
Apparently, it's because the government won't build enough houses. I don't. But I don't. Just let the market do it.
Oh, you do need a little bit.
You're not building houses. You're not supposed to be doing it for the big tax break, as in negative gearing. You're doing it because it's a retirement, because it's going to increase in value over the 10, 20 years that you hold it, and therefore renting it out to somebody. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yep.
Not
but I
the fucking taxpayer paying for your fucking retirement.
You know, there are whole YouTube channels of people that go into properties now, big time in the States as well, but over here, going into properties that have been bought by overseas, like Russian and Chinese investors, deliberately to just run it into the ground and bulldoze it and sell it later. Like they're not maintaining it. And my theory is let's triple the rates or quadruple the rates unless they're putting money in which case we take it back over. And in the States, some of it's really big properties, millionaires' properties. Like ex-rock stars' properties and shit. The pool's empty and cracking. The fucking buildings are all coliseums but falling down like palatial houses that no one can afford to keep going. And there are whole channels that go and break in.
You know, Ipswich?
Yeah.
The mall, it was owned by a billionaire overseas and he just let it fall apart and they couldn't get him to do anything. So they went to the government, got permission to force him to sell it, and they bought it and did it up.
Yeah.
Because it was in the centre of town, it was really important, and it just looked shit. Dilapidated.
When was that?
So yeah,
how long ago?
God, only 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, really? I was working at Ipswich in 2008, I think. So I saw it before it dilapidated. Okay.
Well, just if you worked in any of the buildings, like the offices and that, they were pretty shitty and old. And
yeah, we were. I worked in a motorbike shop there, and actually, of the 8 people that worked in the shop, 6 of us were from Brisbane. And one day, and what happened? You used to park out the back, and then you'd walk in through the shop across the concrete. And for some reason, someone had walked past the oil where we used to store our waste oil, and they had, in bare feet, stepped in the oil and then walked into the shop. So there's this one oily footprint going all the way into the shop. And Kenny, the guy who worked there, walked over and looked at it and said, check out this guy. It's like, I mean, how are other people around here? Oh, he's got 5 toes. He can't be from Ipswich. We all just pissed ourselves laughing. That was the perfect line. God, that fucking joint was feral back then.
It's not much better. It is, but it isn't.
Rural feral. Yeah, like the army base.
There's a lot of new suburbs around it.
Yeah.
But the Ipswich, it's the nightlife's still shit. You know that. Yeah.
Just to test if we get the same feed, Boomer, do you watch Auntie Donna at all?
Yeah. Professor Whiskers. Meow. He cut off his own balls. Professor Whiskers. He did it.
I like the song Bigoted Bill and that from the early stuff. I didn't watch much after that.
Yeah, Fuckboy's pretty good too.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Auntie Donna are great. I fucking love them. They are actually one of the very few good musical comedy acts because it's so hard to combine both and be successful. But they nailed it. Oh, and Dad. I'm a dad. Which is a stereotypical dad song. The thing with Ipswich trouble, I used to joke in Brisbane, you have those green and white road signs that say like Toowoomba, next left, or fucking Gold Coast, next right. Well, when it's Ipswich, it should be in black and yellow, like a warning sign. There's the detour. Ipswich is that way, watch out. Me mate bought a house there, right, in 2006. Ipswich was still, all of us people in Brisbane knew, in winter it was always 4 degrees cooler, which made it shit, and it was always 5 degrees hotter in summer, which made it even more shit. But people from overseas and around the country didn't know this. So Glenn bought his house for $60,000 fucking dollars this century and sold it 2.5 years later for 240 grand. 4 times the money. It was a fucking good house too. Like old weatherboard 60s, but so well made. Really good shed, really solid old place. You know what I mean? You could drive a truck into it and the truck would be squashed. The house would just, is that what you got? And we're all saying, you're an idiot. Don't buy an Ipswich. He was right. He made a fucking good choice.
Oh, you can't buy anything there under 600K now.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Like even
Well,
the
Glenn
shit
sold too.
boxes, that's what it starts at, 600.
Yeah.
And you might only find one or two at that price.
Put it this way, though, the freeway between Byron Bay and the Gold Coast is now finished, so it makes it more attractive that way to get to airports. And there's a freeway across. And Collingwood Park, which is that big Aussie home loans guy, he made all of his money out of there in the 90s. He pretty much sold Collingwood Park. That was the next obvious bit of Brisbane. Bow Desert was also 40, 50 grand. That's now up at $800,000 too. Bow Desert's a beautiful city. I love that joint. And Mount Tambourine, that was fucking cool. So many hippies. I love that little place.
Yeah. I did a pottery class up at Mount Tambourine. It was pretty cool.
Oh, fucking, that's, why not? That's what I'd expect to do at Mount Tambourine. Beautiful roads too. Great place to ride a road bike around. Really good little twisties and scenic as well. We were in a Gold Coast, had a rider training school, and we used to organise rides, summer night rides, up to have ice cream on top of Mount Tambourine. So we'd all get on and ride for a couple of hours, get up there, and then have an ice cream, then fucking all jump off and ride back down for $100. A lot of people did it, except me because I worked there. I got it for free. Yeah, I love that little area of Australia. Southeast corner of Queensland's so fucking beautiful. Too many rednecks. That's all.
Yeah, it is nice down and around there. All the way down to that hippie town.
Byron, Mullumbimby.
Mullumbimby, yes.
Yeah, we all know Mullumbimby.
Although, I didn't think much of the town. I mean, there's not much there.
Well, I used to do the Blues Fest at Byron Bay. And the one thing about Byron Bay, it is a beautiful place. Like it's the most eastern point of the continent. But the thing is, it had like scratch ticket parking. You actually scratch the date and day off your ticket for your parking that you had to buy from the council and put it in your windscreen, like a parking permit. So all the hippies that went there to live the free lifestyle and fuck the state, they're all on the council now, and they're all fucking miserable cunts. Like Timothy Leary said, don't trust anyone over 30, and went on to become a corporate raider. Well, Byron Bay's the same. It's not hippies, it's all fucking greedy little fuckers.
Yeah, I heard it's a bit crowded now. It's pretty expensive. Like,
yeah. A lot of people
it's
are
hard
bought
to
up
find
just inland
now. Everywhere in
Hey?
Australia is crowded now, or it seems. There's no little hidden places anymore. Everywhere's like discovered.
The thing with Byron Bay is, John Cornell Strop, him and Delvine Delaney, they bought land there and built up like virtually what's a little estate. And all the rich ex-Hollywood dudes, all the ex-Neighbour stars and that, all go up and live up there because the town and that, they don't carry on, like and be boneheads and all those famous people here. So they're all living in the backwaters of Byron Bay. They probably still are. But yeah, Strop, John Cornell, he was the one who kind of started that little area because he knew it was God's country when he went there.
No, I don't know Strop.
Paul Hogan. Do you remember Paul Hogan's show?
Oh, yes. His sidekick.
Well, remember the offsider who had the baseball, that had the lifesavers cap on? The dickhead?
Yeah.
Well, that was Hogan's manager. That's John Cornell, Strop. And although he looked like an idiot, he designed World Series cricket with Kerry Packer. He was one of the best manager production companies in Australia. Like, the guy's a fucking genius. And the fact that he looks like such a dickhead, yeah, Strop was cool. I was really disappointed when he died. And he used to drop $5,000 in the local poetry slams. Like, just throw out some fucking money to get the poets in and, promote the arts. Because he made millions of bucks. He was a rich fucker.
Hey, what's up, people? I hear some Australian accent there, man.
Yes.
Hey, is that Star?
Yeah, man. What going on? Everything all right?
We're playing some cricket,
Yes.
brother. Fucking fast cricket, isn't it? We're bowling each other out, mate. None of us can bat. But we all got fucking super pace attacks. It's fucking cool, isn't it?
You can't bat.
We're 181 up. We're 181 up. If you guys can knock us over for a couple of quick wickets for not many runs, you might have a chance of winning this last test.
We're going to win, man. We will win, for sure.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's been good cricket, though, brother. I love fucking the way the Caribbean cricket's going right now, guys. You got some fucking good bowlers and fucking good batsmen. Fucking hats off to you, buddy. It's been great.
Yeah, man. So, you know, we're dedicated already. Lucky.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Proper.
I was actually thinking about you just earlier today, thinking we haven't seen you since before the test series, and you fucking turned up.
Yeah, man. I've been doing some stuff, you know. I was spaces to run on Clubhouse, you know, every now and then. Beat up on those flat jokers. So, that's where I spend most of the time. So, how is the server going? I know Omnivore, you know, he's been running the space here, man. It looks like he's been successful.
Hi there.
Oh,
That's
Omni,
good,
welcome.
man.
You're here.
I heard my name, yes.
It's like all these servers, mate. They flow like tides. Sometimes there's heaps, sometimes there's not. And it's always in between. So always come in.
Good luck.
Never know.
How that last flat Earth is a bit full on.
Who's that?
The guy that was just in here not long ago.
Oh, Schlitzy.
Yes. How long's he been in front of you?
I can unmute Dimmock.
No.
But he's like a no earther and proud of it. That's like I love the new flat earthers. It's like, why don't you want to be a flat earther if you think it's flat? What's wrong with that? You embarrassed?
Don't know what makes them tick nowadays. Like, what did we say trouble about a year ago when Will Duffy was still, you know, like getting ready to do it, and they were all like, oh, when Will Duffy goes to the Antarctic, he's not going to prove anything. There won't be a 24-hour sun. They've all shut the fuck up now, haven't they?
Oh, he wouldn't even do the 24-hour sun. What is the sun? Don't give a shit. It's a light in the sky that shouldn't be doing a thing over Antarctica. No, I need to know what the sun is. It's
Yeah,
like,
he's
but
a
we
real
can
basic
see
one.
what it's doing. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
No, you're right.
It's our delay. That's 2-second delay
Yeah.
we get occasionally. Yeah. He's funny because he goes back to the real basics, and as soon as he smells that you're about to nail him, which is probably two parts of your sentence in, two little sentences, he just starts interrupting really badly and ad homing and just saying shit. And so you know you got him. Kind of makes it too easy almost.
I mean, he's probably not even a real flat earther. Just likes
He just
arguing.
likes to be, yeah, just a contrarian. Yep, I think you're dead right there. He does the basic semantic argument. What do you mean by arguing? Disagreeing. What do you mean by disagreeing? Having different points of view. Oh, a point. Well, what's a point? Okay.
And yes.
Here's the points. Let's see. Can you go and open the door? Stick your head in the door frame and now slam the door shut really hard on your head. That might fix you up. And occasionally he's okay. He will have a civil conversation, but that's, oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, in the
Has
end, there
happened
he
once.
wasn't too bad, but
Hmm. Yeah, he's kind of okay. Gets a reasonable conversation, then says, "See you later, you back assholes." Like runs away, like he's kind of like tricked you. Oh gee, you certainly showed me a thing or two. Oh dear, I am really going to be scared the next time he shows up.
and he keeps going back to this conversation, the first one that I had with him. You know, it's all about the celestial equator. And you know where they kind of separate, appear to separate and come back, they converge and separate, diverge, but they don't. But and then that fucking video. So there's a tree that's not very far away. I think it's a bush, it's not a tree. And so the stars are blinking as they go through it. I mean, but he's trying to say that the stars are in front of the tree.
Yeah.
Which even on a flat Earth doesn't make fucking sense. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? And then he doesn't take a breath. So you can't say. And I don't know why he thinks that he sounds good. I don't know.
Well, he does have a bit of a habit of just, I don't know, ragging on something you say. He won't let you clarify it, and he just keeps on, like, yeah, just keeps on with the sentence.
Yeah. Yes.
And then goes to the ad hom. And then gets all shitty when you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not going
Like
to tell him
Stefan
what
came-
fun is, because that's a whole new topic that I know he's trying to avoid. The fact that there's a 24-hour sun and a celestial pole rotation. What the fuck?
I've been trying to get him to start up stuff with Duffy lately just by saying what's Duffy got next or who else went with Duffy and what have they got coming up, but none of them seem to bite. What they
Well,
know it's a
Jaren
hiding.
released. No,
Yeah.
Whitsett released his convo with Jaren. His big debate that he had the other day. So that's.
And what's in it?
accessible.
Have you listened? Have you done it yet?
No, I can't. I mean, I heard some of it when somebody else had it, and I think it's just Jaren saying his stuff and Whitsett nah-ing, and then saying his
Oh.
crap.
But it's Whitsett doing an overdub with Jarrett makes a statement. Whitsett's doing the overdub like it's an answer, but he's not in the same room. Is that what's
Yeah.
happening? One of those.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they're always fucking dodgy interviews, aren't they? That's like
I mean, I think
60
they
minutes.
talk, but yeah.
So is Whitsett disagreeing with Jaren or what?
Yeah, but then he goes on his spiels. So, you know, it's not really a debate, if you know what I mean.
Well, he's just doing a what do you call it? A response to whatever Jaren said, but Jaren could have said something and it'll be taken out of context by Blitzit.
I mean, a few times. I mean, like it should have shut him down, but it's Whitsett, so it doesn't. You know what I mean?
What did you say? Jaren sort of shut him down.
Yeah, like the stuff he was saying, and they were no-brainers. But Whitsett's just got this crap, which he calls him out on, but it doesn't faze him. You know.
Oh, hang on. Who calls who out though? I don't quite. Whitson
Jaren
calls
calls
out
Whitson
Jaren,
out.
or
No, Jaren calls
oh,
Whitson out, or you know,
so
or
they're not
his
right.
flat Earth comments. But it's just like water off a duck's back.
So basically, Whitson's trying to sacrifice. He's trying to throw Jared under the bus to probably get back his what do you call it? Flat Earth prestige, whatever his rank. Yeah. So he's trying to throw Whitson under the bus. Would that be, throw Jared under the bus? Would that be right?
Yes.
Cool. Pretty
It's very
predictable, though.
amicable-ish, you know.
He's politely throwing him under the bus.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't really Whitson or Jared anyway who were the problems. It was all those others doing all the bad, nasty DMs and Twitters and, God, some of that shit they were saying to Jared before he even left. I mean, oh, dude, that was brutal. Under Australian fucking laws, you could almost get people for stalking and death threats, if you know what I mean. Like, some of it was really nasty to his fucking friends and family too. Wasn't just Jaron who copped the grief. It was anyone who was a friend or a follower on his fucking Facebook page. They just got it. And I just don't get it. Why would you do that to one of your original proteges? You know, like that's sort of, ew, how fucking tacky and nasty they are.
Because it disproved their model. And all the big flat earthers know that their model doesn't work. But they've managed to convince followers that it does. So there can't be a 24-hour sun. Even though they don't have a model, they do have a model.
Yeah. You know what's so funny though? Like with Jeremy the other night saying, "The you Globey servers only ever last a fucking few days and you're dead and us flat earthers, I've been doing this for years." He has got no fucking idea. Like Gem Pandas, which is the biggest and no doubt probably the longest running, I've never seen it empty there. Okay, it's always at least I've seen 8 and 9 people and up to 60. Like Gem Pandas it's just an assembly line of people after people. And yet Jeremy reckons Flat Earth is a go, and yet our football server, like the Pies Footy Collingwood Football Club server, this is not from the club, this is the one we've made. We've had 5 tapes, all with over 300 views this week alone, just based on last week's football game. Yeah.
All you have to say to them is it's because Flat Earth's not spreading. It's not growing momentum.
It's just a low brand.
People are having a look and never coming back.
Yeah.
Hello?
Exactly. They come and go. But
although some of them might go to Twitter or whatever, most of them look at it and go, "This is a load of bullshit." Because everything you've come up with, there's now videos to counteract it.
Yeah.
The information was always there, but not presented in a counteract Flat Earth.
But here's the thing, like in the US, say, even just a low-life baseball watch-along. Is Omnivore hot micing again? Just the basic baseball game watch-along party has 500 views. Like just baseball in a local state between two.
I gotta go right now. All right, thanks.
People find that more interesting.
Yeah, they'll just watch a baseball watch-along because they can all interact. So here's Jaron thinking he's hosting a fucking show that's a live stream. It's got 23 viewers. Like, and they're just probably Jaron's mates. So they think they've got something that's a hit, and if it was TV, it'd be cancelled within a day. It wouldn't even fly. In fact,
anyway,
who has done
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Catch you, don't be a stranger, man. We don't see you here much.
No, yeah, I'll have to drop in a little more. Usually there's a lot of technical talk and it's a bit over my head. And,
how's what's her name? Miss going? Is that server still around?
Yeah, it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, I thought so. I didn't see it going too far because of way it originated by leeching people away from gems. And I thought that's not a good thing because the people you're going to get aren't really the type you want to keep at a server. Anyway, so all right, fair enough. No worries.
All right. We'll catch us later.
Cheers, man. Catch ya.